in his active presence through communication and dialogue in this workshop. So today I want to apologize as well for running a bit late. So those of you who may be online and frustrated by seeing that screen remain constant for so long, I hope you enjoyed the music we're playing for you and that we'll be able to make up and that you'll enjoy the rest of our presentations today. So let me begin. Clicker. Can someone assist me, please? The clicker? How does it work? So I can just tell a little bit about myself. So I'm the principal investigator in this project, Disaster Capitalism in the Caribbean. Which way is forward? This is better. Okay. All right then. Thank you so much. So I am the principal investigator at the University of the West Indies, and we have in the room Professor Tommaso Ferrando from the University of Antwerp, who is the co-investigator, our research assistant, Christina Doherty, who has been with us through 2 projects. Unfortunately, she was unable to make here because she got a brilliant job and she has to put her priorities straight. And of course, David Barito, who is in the room and helping us to make this event successful, hailing from Colombia, but now in the United States. So welcome and thank you for supporting this project. Okay. Okay, the Caribbean in the context of disaster. The Caribbean was really born in the belly of disaster, yet it's not really natural disasters that are plaguing our region. If we can recount statistics such as those provided by the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, we're familiar with facts like the Latin American and Caribbean region is the second most disaster-prone region in the world, with 152 million persons affected by over 1,200 disasters between 2000 and 2019, and we're still counting. Oops. So we live this fact. So even as we gather today, as I mentioned, we are watching early hurricane systems form and accelerate at an unprecedented rate. The Windward Islands, Jamaica, Haiti, Cayman may be picking up the pieces of dismantled lives if the hurricane's course moves decisively towards us. Is this bad location or bad histories and power plays? We're tilted, and the turn to geography or concepts like the Anthropocene, emptied of their histories, can only explain so much really. Coastal zones are vulnerable to the consequences of climate change, but we need to ask why. What shapes these different stages of susceptibility to harm? Can disasters today be grasped without knowing our histories? How things came to be what they are now? Or without knowing how these histories are being produced? How these spaces of disaster are being engendered and rehearsed each hurricane season? Why are we so confident that stories of disaster will unfold and humanitarian action will be needed? For these histories, I argue that we need another word other than vulnerability to be associated with this experience of disasters. As useful as concepts of environmental vulnerability may be, to tracking who and where will be hurt as hurricanes, floods, and fires multiply. It also suggests we are merely too sensitive to unpredictable hazards or lacking resilience to them. For this workshop, in this Open Society-funded regional network in disaster capitalism, is a concept we have orientated around to be able to take into account the forces shaping the forms of disaster we're being impacted by, and to guide our agenda for being not merely resilient, but realizing justice. Disaster capitalism typically describes the process by which governments and private sector benefit from complexly emergent disasters. And I think Emma, in our conversations before, pointed out that disasters are not events, they are processes. Yeah. So disaster capitalism comes about when certain interests, private sector and governments, benefit from these complexly emergent disasters, either economically or politically, at all scales. But, as Anthony Carrigan has pointed out, disasters are manifestations of historical vulnerabilities which are produced at the intersection of environment and society, and which cannot be disentangled from these systemic power structures. Even if the region is exposed to multiple hazards, the differential impacts and losses across the region will be filtered through historical, social, cultural, economic, institutional, and political contexts. For example, Haiti had the largest number of deaths, over 8,000, caused by natural hazards between 1980 and 2009 as a result of floods and landslides from meteorological systems. However, Cuba, a country with the second highest number of disaster events over the same period, had an estimated death toll of 193 to 203. For us then, disaster capitalism comes in many forms, happening before and after those shocks that turn our lives askew. To seek redress for our catastrophically tilted lives, still being unhinged by the common but insufficiently questioned threat of disaster capitalism, and in order to resist the near-colonial privatization of our territories and our homes, pre and post the hurricane, the floods, the fires, the structural adjustment, the debt, we in the Stronger Caribbean Network have come together to break the chains of disaster that unravel our communities. This OSF project on disaster capitalism seeks to help address this imperative. So, the description, we want to identify, map, and bring together, digitally and in presence. Here we are. Caribbean Communities Association, NGOs, activists, all the groups that have been organizing and resisting against the expansion of disaster capitalism in the region. And we wanted to fill 3 gaps. One was the lack of a transnational network of actors that were fighting against the phenomena. 2 was the lack of a digital space, and we have Samia in the room. Shout out to Samia Andrewin, who is our webmaster, who has created a beautiful platform, the Stronger Caribbean Together network website, where we share our information, data, contacts, evidence, as well as our experience to each other and to the wider community. And lastly, limited access that local realities and actors have to international organizations providing legal advocacy and legal support. And we have transformed our space through the engagement of actors like the Global Legal Action Network. Shout out to Tomasa and Sarah O'Malley in the room. which is directed by Gerard O'Queen. Did I get his name right? And we have the Climate Litigation Accelerator. So, and the Freedom Imaginaries led by Malene Alain. We have other individuals who have joined the community, and I'll identify them as well, who are our legal support. So this is our network currently. Across 10 countries, we have 14 partners. Agroprovidencia, shout out. The right way to rise up, people them. They're from Colombia. They're indigenous community in Afro-Colombian community. We have the Bernard Lodge Farmers Group. Where the farmer them? Plant up the crop them, feed the people. We have the Grenada Land Actors, Solidarity, and we're praying that the hurricane does not do devastating harm to your beautiful island. Yeah, the tourist mega resorts, the unplanned development, and then the hurricane, that's what causes the disaster. The Julian Cho Society, the Maya! What is the phrase? To be Maya and to be well, Elodio. I told you, I have my eye on that shirt. And of course, we have WAVE, all the way from Dominica. And they're associated with the Progressive Reform Movement. The Watukubuli Advocates for Viable Environments. Thank you. Say Barbuda, the Indefatigable. The rock stars. The rock stars, Gulliver, and John and Jackie is not in the room, but big up to Jackie and all the community in Barbuda. I almost died climbing a rock cliff that they took me on, but it was worth the experience. What's it called? Gun cliff? Gunshot, I felt it. Carl Levesque Cultural Institute, Wiswell, big up in the house. The other representative is Dr. Kepler Aurelien, and it's led by Mark Arthur. Ted Cole, unfortunately. There you go. They're a phenomenal peasant organization in Haiti that's national and has been really fighting for food sovereignty. Unfortunately, we weren't able, but Pierre is on the Zoom call. Pierre, I hope your ears is ringing. Big up. The Fideicomiso de la Tierra del Caño Martin Pena from Puerto Rico. Mariguez. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it. And in the house from Puerto Rico, La Colmena Cimarrona in Vieques. Our colleagues in Cayman, Amplify Cayman and Sustainable Cayman, unfortunately, you know, they are right also on the path for this hurricane, and in the interest of being secure and safe, they weren't able to come. But big up, Amplify. And of course, the wonderful, the beautiful Christine from the Breadfruit Collective in Ghana. And our latest and newest members who will have our second presentation before we enter into all the network partners sharing their ideas on intersectional justice and advocacy and solidarity. We have Jordan and Doreen. Jamrock. So they were selected because we're hosting you all in Jamaica, and they are the young guns in Jamaica trying to defend the rights of all. Oops. Okay, we came back, good. Okay, oops, let's go back. All right, so legal support, I mentioned Global Legal Action Network, Sarah, big up. Freedom Imaginaries, Malene. Malene is a fighter for environmental rights, fighter against the bauxite companies, fighter for the Haitian migrants in Jamaica, fighter against extractivism in the Caribbean region, first landmark case again in the Inter-American Court Council for Human Rights. So she's really a trailblazer. We may see her today or tomorrow, but we're looking out for her. Climate Litigation Accelerator, Melina De Bono, they weren't able to make it as well, but big up. Other network affiliates, we have Professor Catalina Toro Perez from Colombia, Dr. Jessica Paddock from the University of Bristol, Dr. Amanda Bayer, Mr. Joel Paris, who should be coming in this afternoon. He's from the Kalinago community and a lawyer. Ramona Bejolar, who is also possibly coming in this afternoon. She's from the Faculty of Law at the University of West Indies. Adrian from the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. Big up. So this is us. This is our new website. And so please connect. No, I'll close by just identifying some of the common threats and some responses to disaster capitalism that we have focused on in our network. The degradation of our landscapes and our environmental ecosystems. The degradation and loss of rights to land, rights to access to territory, homelands, and to a clean, safe, and healthy environment. Heritage disruption and loss has been the most acutely felt damage from disaster capitalism that we have been struggling against. And most poignantly, the loss of the rights to have rights, which is a logic of deracination. When you're disavowed, abused, told that you are nobody, or that you don't belong, or you're distracting influence in the process, and you don't have any voice or any capacity to stand and seek justice for your community and for the generations to come. So this logic, we feel it deeply in Barbuda, but the epicenter for me is in Haiti, which is why I fight so hard for the Haitians to be present, because they have taken the struggle to the massa, and they have been beaten back, and they have not stopped resisting. So I think Haiti deserves That's wonderful, Gulliver. That was a cosmic shout out to Haiti. All right, so what have we been doing? We've been seeking access to local as well as community resistance, local legal resources, seeking legal redress through regional and international courts. The Privy Council ruling in favor of the Barbadians is a landmark case setting precedent for the rest of the region. Defending what Malene calls reparator environmental democracy, which is red, through regional environmental treaties like the Escazú. And widening and deepening our network, joining, for example, the Caribbean Climate Justice Alliance to mobilize. And we were there in May in the Climate Justice Alliance, the Civil Society Forums, and then the 4th International Conference on Small Island States. So we're growing, we're becoming more visible. John made a statement at the Civil Society Forum hosted there, and we are seeking to do more in different ways through our alliances. And this project hopefully will take us that next step further towards becoming stronger, even greater in our activities. So I'm going to turn over the mic now to our next presenter, who will be let's go back. on the last slide. Anyway, the last slide was just to thank you all for listening to the presentation. Ah, there you go. All right, so we now have Doreen Duncan, who is co-founder of the Island City Lab, and allow her to self-introduce. And she's joined with her colleague and partner in Island City Lab, Jordan Channer, and they'll make a presentation now. Will help set the context for our dialogues that will take place after. So welcome, Doreen. The floor is now yours.
Okay. Yeah. And this one is off. Okay, whatever is that? Afternoon, everyone. I'm going to sit down because I'm reading from my laptop. But guys in the back, let me know when you're ready for me. 1 minute? All right. But yeah, thank you so much for inviting us, Dr. Pat. As I mentioned during lunch, Jordan and I recently joined the network, probably early this year. We went to an event, a virtual event you all had late last year, and it was just so inspiring. And I think that kind of triggered us wanting to ask to be a part of this organization, be a part of this group. And the presentation we have is very much in line with what Pat just presented, talking about disaster capitalism in the context of Kingston, which is the city you all are all in right now. There we go. Control L. Thank you guys, thank you. So the title of the presentation, the title of the presentation is really reimagining and decolonizing our infrastructure in the Caribbean. So as Dr. Pat mentioned, Island City Lab, we're a registered nonprofit. And the aim for us as an organization is really to do homegrown research around Caribbean cities. Oftentimes, any sort of academic research on our cities isn't done by people living in Jamaica or living in the Caribbean, and it's not really homegrown, right? So what it ends up happening, we have to look to outside places for understanding of the ways our cities are growing and developing. And what we're trying to do with Island City Lab is create a network of people across the region who are invested and interested in Caribbean cities and allowing us and data to help us advance and to be more resilient as cities. So, we started a couple years ago, just 2 years ago, and since then we've been really interested in infrastructure and the mechanisms which produce Caribbean cities. And when I say infrastructure, what I mean is the basic physical organizational structures needed for a society to function. So obviously when you hear infrastructure, you're hearing things like the water supply, electricity supply, you think about things like transportation networks, so buses and bridges, things like that, but also buildings, right, homes and hospitals. And I think we all assume that infrastructure is always meant to serve the people and improve the well-being of our communities. But as Dr. Pat mentioned, the Caribbean was born out of colonialism, it was born out of slavery, it was born out of imperialism, right? So with the singular goal of all of those things, those systems to extract wealth and resources from the Caribbean and send it back to Europe. So as city planners, urban planners, and researchers, people who really study infrastructure, we have been changing the ways that we think about infrastructure and trying to become a lot more critical of the role it has in furthering our dependence on the North and the global North, but also the ways in which infrastructure can facilitate extraction of wealth from our communities. So we're also interested in what we call the cult of development. I'm pretty sure in all of your islands you have pictures countless like this, with politicians cutting a ribbon to something, either a bridge, a highway, a hotel, a housing complex. This is a common image, right? And I think the cult of development, what it means, it kind of aligns countries along this linear path, right? Where certain countries are developed because they have certain pieces of infrastructure, and all of our countries are less developed because we lack those pieces of infrastructure, right? And the cult is underpinned by images of development, right? If you don't look like Miami, then you're not developed, right? And I think these images are so prevalent. You see them all the time through global media, which is really dominated by the North as well, right? There was a politician in Jamaica sometime last year that said, if you don't have a KFC in your town, you're not developed, right? So therefore, having this KFC means that us, the people, the place, us as citizens of that place are not developed because we lack that piece of infrastructure. So, of course, Island City Lab, we are based in Jamaica, but we understand that we have a shared history with all of the islands and the territorial countries of the Caribbean, right? And the shared history of colonization, political interference, and sort of neoliberal economic policies that manifests itself in very similar outcomes. So I want to talk about dependency, right? So the idea of dependency, so us as a place, as cities and regions being dependent on Europe, right? So dependency is embedded in the logic of the Caribbean cities. What that means is it happened through the framework of the plantation economy, right? So particularly for those of us who were colonized by the British, they had a very lazy sort of approach to colonization, a very hands-off, right? Where instead of regulating themselves, they enabled the private sector to come to our islands and manage administration of the country, right? So the Caribbean cities, most of our cities started off as these kind of logistic hubs, right? Warehousing and transportation that coordinates extraction of raw materials, obviously mainly agricultural resources from rural plantations to Europe. And then in Europe, it's processed. Those resources are processed and returned back to us as value-added products, which we are paying a lot more for, right? So we cannot understate, however, that England's reliance on the private sector to extract resources from the Caribbean land, right? There are vested interests in all parties to maintain that same type of system. So even though we have all now, gained some form of independence, the system has transformed over the years, but the same kind of grounding framework has remained the same. So these images come from a British video. If all of you guys have some time, go on YouTube and type British Path. It's one of the largest archival websites of newsreels from the empire, basically. You can type British Path, Grenada, 1950, and I'm sure you'll find some ridiculous video, right? So these are snapshots from that video. It's from Jamaica in 1930s. So in these videos, we see Jamaica as a site for almost aspirational possibilities, right? For people, but more so for colonists, right? So there are a bunch of these types of videos online, as I mentioned. And there were, one, you can look at them as tourism videos, you know, promoting the Caribbean from the 1930s as a place for tourism, but also as a place to invest your money, right? These videos were important to drum up interest in colonies for the British and American private sector. So in this video, it starts off by saying, here we note the signs of civilization on every side, and find it hard to believe that just 3 centuries ago, this was a tropical wilderness. That's how the video opens, right? And the big claim in the video is that there is money to be made in these colonies in the West Indies. There is some framework of infrastructure here for you to build upon, right? So they say Jamaica, or Kingston, has roads. It has the start of a transportation network, which was tram at the time. It has fertile agricultural land, and it has beautiful beaches. But more importantly, we have a servile workforce, educated just enough to a basic level that they can be exploited, and you can use them in these industries we want you to set up here, right? So come and invest in these islands. And colonial infrastructures, I think if you watch these type of videos, were designed and built to bring about a particular version of the future, but more importantly, they were designed to bring about investment and profit from the beginning, right? This is the sort of come to our islands and invest. That's not new. These videos existed from the 30s, and these are well-produced videos with the explicit intention to have investors coming into our islands to do this type of work. So disasters have always played a role in opening up opportunities for colonial empires, right? And because our Caribbean cities were never developed with, you know, the intention of us to become independent or self-reliant, disasters have always necessitated investment, capital, machinery, and infrastructure from Europe. That's always been the case. So in this video, they talk about the impacts of Hurricane Charlie, which hit Jamaica in 1951. And at the end, the commentator says, is basically imploring the British viewer or the British business person to help the devastated island. So I'm going to ask you guys to just quickly play. It's just 1 minute and 30 seconds to play the video.
Reeling in the wake of the worst hurricane in its history, Jamaica grimly counts the cost. Sweeping great ships from their moorings and sinking small ones, the storm wrecked all in its path. Palisadoes Airport at Kingston, the island's capital, is a heap of ruins. And nearby on the airport road, a huge freighter lies aground. The driver left his car just before this tree fell. 150 people lost their lives in the disaster. From the stripped goods sheds, food is rushed to feed the 20,000 left homeless by the 125 miles an hour storm. At Port Royal, only 6 homes remain standing. It is here in the old pirate city that 70 convicts escaped when a prison wall collapsed. Another scene of devastation is the Chinese hospital. And in nearby homes, search continues for the missing. Damage amounts to more than £20 million. Britain has already sent £250,000 for immediate needs. But with its power, telephones and water supply disrupted, its crops virtually destroyed, Jamaica desperately needs all the help that can be given.
I must say, I wish news was read like this. It's very entertaining, very dramatic, right? But you can hear all of the investment opportunities he listed, right? The telecoms is down, water is down, the jail popped down, the airport needs to be rehabilitated, right? So their come and help is like, you know, okay, sure, you can charitably give some money, and I believe the prince at the time, someone in the royal family donated about £6,000 to Jamaica, right? Obviously, that is not very helpful. But the real help is rebuilding all of these infrastructures, right? And at a profitable rate, right? So I want to read this quote, right? And this is from Naomi Klein. She wrote a book kind of about disaster capitalism. Only a great rapture, a flood, a war, a terrorist attack can generate the kind of vast, clean canvases they crave. It is in these malleable moments when we are psychologically unmoored, physically uprooted, that they can begin the remaking of the world. Right? So obviously that is the kind of battle that we're up against, right? People who see opportunities of clean slates to remake the world in a particular image that benefits a particular group of people, right? And the people of the Caribbean, as you all know, have been living through perpetual crisis, right? From slavery, colonization, neoliberal austerity, to climate departure. As such, the face of disaster capitalism is always changing. And I want to present a couple of examples. So in Jamaica, disasters are much more than just hurricanes and earthquakes, right? A researcher, geographer, Rivka Jaffe, recounts the events of the Tivoli Gardens incursion, which happened in May 2010, right? Jamaica's prime minister at the time, Bruce Golding, declared a state of emergency. His government sought to arrest and extradite Christopher Dudos Coke, the country's most notorious criminal don at the time. So soldiers and police forced their way into the community of Tivoli Gardens, in the neighborhood where the Don's headquarters was located, killing 69 people in what became known as Tivoli incursion. Dudos was caught a month later and extradited to the United States, where he's serving 23 years. So after having recaptured Tivoli, the government established a military presence in the neighborhood that lasted for over a year, right? The security forces installed military checkpoints at all of the entrances to the neighborhood and implemented a curfew that lasted over a month. The aftermath of this disaster has catalyzed a set of policies that are transforming Kingston rapidly, right? So the first are a set of policies that are drastically increasing the building density straight across the city. And I'm sure as you guys drove in, you could see all of these high-rise buildings that are popping up over the course of the last 5 or so years, right? The second is a major expansion of roads and drainage. Again, this is something you probably see, right? We have these flyovers, we have fancy new highways that our politicians have buns. But some of the infrastructure you probably have not seen is the sort of militarization of armed forces that imbue them with emergency powers to suppress crime in what's called violence-producing regions, right? As well as significant national surveillance efforts. We're trying to have our own Jamaica Eye, just like is in UK, right? So each of these infrastructure projects have invested billions of dollars, investments from PPP, public-private partnerships with companies from China, Israel, America, and Europe, all resulting in an unprecedented consolidation of land and resources in the hands of the few, and really quarantining the poor in some of these areas that are deemed as prime real estate development, right? And this is really, as an urban planner, this is kind of what we learn to do, right? This is typical of urban regeneration, right? This is what happened in the US in the 70s, and this is kind of what's happening here as well, right? And these schemes seem to kind of generate or create an environment for real estate speculation. And the result is just that, right? If you look for housing in Jamaica or in Kingston right now, it is on par with America. It's on par with Miami and New York. Real estate in Jamaica has boomed. And all of these things are related to that, right? So the cult of infrastructure sets up this dichotomy, right? That the only way to become developed is through a certain type of infrastructure. And opposition to this infrastructure, regardless of what your rationale is, must be deemed as a threat to national development, right? So an argument about a road because it's endangering pedestrians or a hotel that's impacting the coastal environment is quickly brushed off. because that road and that hotel represent much more than just a piece of investment, right, or infrastructure. What they represent is a chance for islands to become developed, and we must take it at all cost, really. So I want to kind of conclude with an example, not example, but something more optimistic about how we can start to rethink infrastructure that serves our communities in a better, more holistic way. So as I mentioned, what I'm calling the cult of infrastructure extends to the world of climate adaptation and global climate financing, right? So across the Caribbean, there's an intense amount of attention and investment in high-tech, kind of climate solutions that some of them work, but some of them don't really get to the brunt of making us more resilient to hurricanes or whatever natural disasters. As an example, the Ocean Cleanup Project is a Dutch technology organization that aims to rid the world of ocean plastic by deploying barriers at the mouth of rivers or drainage canals. And there are about 4 or 5 of these already across Kingston, right? I think they're in DR as well, a couple other Caribbean islands. So in the end, it sends out these fancy tugboats with conveyor belts that scoop up garbage and send it back to the landfill. And I just want to be clear, this is not innately a bad idea, right? But it exemplifies this idea that an infrastructure project as an end goal is going to solve very complex issues that as a country we've been facing for decades, right? So this is a problem, the complex issue I'm talking about. So this in Jamaica, this is what we call a gully, right? It's a concretized channel for stormwater. When rain falls, it washes off the city, it ends here, and it ends up in the sea. There are about 12 of these major gullies all across the city. The land adjacent to the gullies since the 50s actually have been the only option for poor rural migrants coming into the city, right? And as communities alongside these gullies developed informally, many of them physically are difficult to access. So public services like garbage pickup become almost impossible to receive, which means that residents have to find very imperfect solutions to manage their waste, right? Some people in these communities have to burn their garbage, but many of them end up disposing of it in gullies in hopes that after the next rain, it washes it away, right? So a big part of the problem that the interceptor barrier never addresses is the lack of garbage collection services in informal communities. So what we have is a problem of process, yet we have convinced ourselves that a singular piece of fancy high-tech infrastructure is going to solve that service problem, right? The interceptor barrier is what the World Bank, we learned this terminology recently, the World Bank calls it bankable, right? It's able to attract funding to be implemented in dozens of countries across the world, in the global south mainly, right? It makes for epic pictures, and the spectacle is really good for politicians. But figuring out how to provide garbage collection for people living in informal settlements obviously is not as cool. It doesn't make for as nice pictures. The spectacle of it is significantly less, right? So at Island City Lab, we have been exploring these issues in ways that really decenter the creation of a singular piece of infrastructure, but really center the creation of processes made alongside community members, right? So earlier this year, we began a project to create a decentralized sort of approach to solid waste management with residents of Cassava Peace, which is an informal community along one of these gullies. Presently, only 27% of people in this community are able to receive garbage pickup. Only 27%. That means the remaining 73% of the population have no choice but to burn or dump their garbage in the gully because the roads that kind of go throughout the community are too narrow for a garbage truck to even fit through. In the first 6 months of the project, we did data gathering, really trying to understand how solid waste management works and how it doesn't work for communities like this. What are the physical traits that make garbage pickup difficult? And also, what's the makeup of the garbage? How much of it is compostable or recyclable? Those are the questions we're trying to ask, or answer rather. So starting later on this summer, we're going to be working with the community to co-create solutions through a series of kind of community workshops. Again, we're not looking for infrastructure solutions, or we're not looking for infrastructure as the end goal, but we're looking how infrastructure can help us create and improve the level of autonomy of communities to manage their waste with less dependence on state and private actors. Again, so the main reason why focusing on the process is so much more important than the product is because that's the only way we can start to plan for sustainability and the longevity of the project, right? Again, I'm not roasting the interceptor barrier, but it's a really good example. The interceptor barrier requires continuous local and international funding, right? Almost infinitely, because it never actually addresses the real problem, which is upstream, right? That this community has no garbage collection. So wherein this fancy project is able to attract funding, even though people understand it doesn't solve the problem, we have to start to, I think, rethink the way we're looking at infrastructure. Infrastructure in our communities, in our islands, needs to do a better job of making us more autonomous, more independent, and more able to manage ourselves. Right? So I'll wrap up here by saying that, and that my hope is that as we're able to get into the conversations, the stakeholder engagements, that we're able to start to think about ways infrastructure can be decolonized, and the ways that we can start to use infrastructure for our advantage to make our communities much more autonomous and more resilient. Thank you.
That was excellent. Hitting all the notes, clear, historically positioned, rich with examples, and critical in the analysis. Hi, how are you? Thank you so much, Doreen and Jordan. I know this was a joint labor of love for allowing us to think about the ways in which we've been deciding for dependency and why we need to rethink infrastructure in order to de-link from these single-shot exceptional projects in order to deal with the process, because that's the only way in which, as she said, we'll be able to have sustainable planning and actually solve the problems at their core where they're being generated. So process versus product, I think this is becoming a theme in our interventions. So I just want to welcome Tommaso Ferrando now. Oh. Oh, she's first, okay. Sorry, Professor Catalina Toro de Perez, National University of Colombia, is going to lead us off in the first section where we have our community stakeholders speak to what intersectional justice means for them in the context of disaster capitalism. So we're going to have, how many persons? Yeah. Huh? She's here now? Oh yeah, she was a person. All right. 7 of our network members, Agroprovidencia, Rizal, Grenada Land Actors, Wave, Julian Cho, ICKL, and Amplify is not here. Okay, so we'll have, and we just had breaking news that the ambassador from Colombia to Jamaica is here, Her Excellency. I think she's outside, and Grayburn just went to see her, and if he is able to let her grace us with her presence. She's a lovely person. I'll let him introduce her to us. Ambassador, Your Excellency. Great. Grayburn, introduce, please. Yeah. No. Just give her a quick shout out.
Well, Good afternoon, everyone, again. Well, this is Her Excellency, Miss Emiliana Bernard. She's from San Andres Island. She's the ambassador of Jamaica for Colombia in Jamaica. So I invited her that she can share some words with us because the idea is to somehow connect, somehow braid or a way together both people that are in these type of spaces and we that are in the ground, so we can come together in order to make things happen in our community. So, Excellency.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. I am very happy to be here and to say hello to everyone. I am very happy to meet my homeboys, homegirls, and also to have the privilege to meeting you all. And well, I am a daughter of a farmer, so I really understand what you're talking about, and I really are committed to promote any activities which have to do with nature, with environment, and with our survival. Because if we don't understand nature, if we don't keep nature, if we don't preserve nature, we are talking about the ending of humanity. So thank you so much, and I will be in one side listening to you all. Thanks. Patricia, greetings to Patricia. This is my third time I'm meeting Patricia, so she's like a friend now for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. And shout out to Teresa Moody, who came in, and also Ramona Biola, who is one of our network partners. So I'll turn over again to Catalina. So short presentations from our partners. And I apologize, I didn't realize I was going so long in my first presentation. So we have to do a little bit of catching up.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, our ambassador from Colombia. She's from San Andres. Also, very happy to have you here. We have 7 people from in this panel. First, I invite Agroprovidencia. We have 2 persons. San Andres Raisa Youth, GLA, who is, please come here from each organization, and from WAVE, GLA and WAVE, please, yes, WAVE, yes, thank you. Every one of you has to present. You present your name, from which organization you come. Yes, so I give you the order. So you're gonna be from
I'm gonna be third.
Third.
Okay.
There are 2 from Agroprovidencia, 1 from Bristol Youth, GLA, and then WAVE from WAVE, who's coming? Julian Cho from Julian Cho. Elodio, please come here. And from ICKL, from 80, please come here. On t'attend. On t'attend, bonsoir. Amplify Cayman, we don't have. Okay, we have six colleagues here. And we're going to give each one 7 minutes. 7 minutes to each one. We have 3 from Colombia, from our archipelago de San Andrés de Providencia, from Grenada, and from Haiti, and who else? Who else, please? Christine, are you going to be with us in the stage? You're not in intersectionality. Oh, then did you be here? Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, please, we are going to give the word for the 5 people we have here. Please, are you coming? Are you coming? Elodio? You're okay, perfect. So we're 5 right now. Hi. So I'm giving 7 minutes for each. Bonsoir. Soyez les bienvenus, Femme Haïti. On est très content de vous avoir ici. Et d'accord. Okay. This section, I think we have all here. We're going to be 5. Okay, so we are going to have plenty of time. Okay, that's it. Well, this panel is about intersectionality and justice related to disaster capitalism. We're going here to work about this different ways of oppression. We're just working about how marginalized communities are being touched of what has happened right now. We're talking about the causes and how what happens in all the Caribbean is connected. So right now we want to know how these human causes affect our lives and what we do to overcome our problems. So right now I'm giving first the chair to Raisal Youth, Greiber Livingstone. Greiber Livingstone is going to start. You have 7 minutes. You're going to present yourself and your organization, 7 minutes, and then we continue with Agroprovidencia. Sorry.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. As I presented myself 3 times now, Greiber Livingstone. We have to make a deep reflection of what is going on with the world. And I believe an ontological reflection around the difference between ecosystem and ecosystem is necessary in order to make a general framework and how should we advance to the future. I usually on Facebook or Instagram, we see a little flyer that's fly around about the difference, around the difference of ecosystem and ecosystem. Ecosystem is basically centered on all this Western philosophy perspective about life where the man is the center of the world. And what is around it is just to dominate and to exploit how they want, when they want, and however they want to advance. The ecosystem is more based on the traditional and ancestral belief of ethnic community, indigenous and tribal communities, where they believe that nature, or they are part of nature and not over nature, and that the relation between these two beings are necessary to guarantee the balance between life on earth. I just want to make a recall on that because that is what we are facing today. By the other hand, we have a capitalism model that is exploiting our lands, soil, and seas, and finishing away with everything and having all this effect on climate change, climate crisis that we are living today. And by the other hand, we have small groups of people, indigenous and tribal people, resistance against these models of development in different parts of the Caribbean and the world. So I just want to also, in this sense, to guarantee life, I believe the fourth reflection that we should bring, or the second reflection we should bring on the table is, what are the rights of nature? What are the rights of nature, which is a movement that had been taking a lot of strength in Latin America and the Caribbean, especially in Ecuador and Colombia, where we try to guarantee rights to nature. And there are basically 4 rights we have right now according to all these legal advance that we have, all these lawyers that had been resisting and making all this community that had mobilizing towards the rights of nature. So the rights of nature to exist, we can't just destroy nature and take away what they are because we are human beings. And we are rational and we can exploit and we can do whatever we want. The second one is the right to regenerate. If we destroy, the nature also has the right to regenerate itself, and we have to respect that in order to keep the balance, wholly balancing world. The right to restore, the right to, also the right to integrity as a system that we made. These reflections are things that I bring on the table because these are very important that we as a collective start also to make these debates internally and start to see from other perspective what should be our road from now on. Secondly, the second reflection is the rights of the people, or in Spanish what we call los derechos de los pueblos. Because as I said before, these peoples, these indigenous and tribal people had somehow protected and keep these areas of very rich biodiversity, life, all that we know as life, but they had been threatened constantly by this model of development, which is try to displace these people in order to get the resources that they for centuries or even thousands of years had been protecting. This happened in every community we know. It happened in Barbuda, it happened in San Andres, it happens in indigenous community in the Amazonas, in Old Providence with all the disaster that we had with the Iota affecting our lands. And it's necessary that somehow we advance in the guarantee of the rights of the people. We know we have like a series of legal instruments like the ILO, the 169, which in San Andres Island we base a lot to fight for our rights. And I believe we should somehow upgrade or make a more broader debate of how far or what are the limits of this instrument that we have. In San Andres Island, we are a community, the Raizal community, which are the descendants of the first settlers on the island, on the archipelago, which is a mixture, a creolization between indigenous community from the Mosquito Coast, the black communities or the black people that was enslaved, and some of the slaveholders of the British colony and other part of the Europe colonization. So somehow we construct a unique identity in the Colombian state, and that today we have a Bill of Rights, or we are fighting for a Bill of Rights. They recognize certain things, but not everything. And we are fighting for a Bill of Rights that we call the Raizal Statute, which is a specific Bill of Rights for the Raizal people. And it's based basically on the ILO, the 169, the Convention 169 of the ILO, in order to guarantee the rights. Because the Colombian states has other Bill of Rights, like the Law 70 of 1993 was it for black communities, where they protect their lands, they protect their resources, they have certain forms of self-governance and self-government. But we, the Raizal people, have a specific historical and cultural difference from the black community of mainland in Colombia. So we believe that the third reflection is how do we can continue fight with this instrument that we have, and how we can build more legal instrument in order to guarantee not just the protection of nature and Mother Earth, but also the protection of the rights of the people, which we consider that is an intersection that has to always be there. According to the reflection that I made about San Andres situation, I believe one of the instrument that more we has been working on and that has somehow keep us going is the prior consultation of the prior consultation for the Raizal community. In San Andres Island, the main projects that the national government or private entities or companies that goes to the land has to make a prior consultation. And a prior consultation is a space of negotiation between the people, the state, or or a private company that has a specific project in the land. So usually these are, we call out the people assist to the meeting, we contract some experts that they can guide us, that the best decision we can make in that negotiation with the government or with the private company. And there's where we somehow, and we have a series of projects that we rejected. We consider that it was not benefit for nature or for the people. And these, and somehow we put it away or put it down, and they didn't advance. But we have other projects that they carry through the prior consultation. I don't know if our friends from Providence can talk about what is going on with the prior consultation of the rebuilding of the islands. That could be a very nice experience. And this instrument, we use it constantly in our island, or the way in order to defend nature and defend the rights of the people. The prior consultation has its weakness. We have things that corruption practice around it and stuff like that, but still is a space that help us to defend the land and the territory of what we want as racial people. There is a space that we can even help construct projects from bottom up and to respond the necessity and the needs of the people. But even though this space is a legal space where we discuss, we believe that organizing community is also the heart of any process in order to guarantee the rights of the people. We believe that we have to strengthen our grown organization, or our roots organization, in order to get things going on in our communities. We believe that mobilization and keep mobilizing for our rights is necessary to guarantee that things go well in our land and we can protect the little we have. And I believe, for me, the aim is to get or to reach a certain way of self-governance where autonomy and this type of self-governance within our community can guarantee that the nature and justice can be established in these spaces. Because we can continue working, we can continue trying to transform the reality for our communities, but if we don't have the power to decide what we want and how we want to preserve our lands, our culture, and our territories, it would be very difficult to advance. So I don't know, I leave it there, and I'll be open to questions and debate.
Thank you very much, Gryburn. I will continue from our colleagues from All Providence. First of all, Idania Shogreen from Agro Providencia. She's going to present, and then Braulio Shogreen. She comes from Agro Providencia, one of our partners in this project. Thank you very much to be here, 7 minutes each.
Hello, good morning. Good evening. That was, right up back. Okay, my name, like how she says, is Idania Shogri. I'm representing Agro Providencia with all pleasure. I'm proud of being from Providence. I'm proud from being from agriculture. My father is the greatest agriculture in the island, and I really be proud from that. Okay, I would like to in Spanish, and she's gonna do it in English. I want to express little too in Spanish, okay? Okay, nosotros somos de la isla de Providencia. Mucho orgullo. Soy muy orgullosa de mi isla. No me cabe en el corazón de ser de Providencia. Mucho orgullo, y sobre todo que vengo de familias humildes, y que mi papá y mi mamá son agricultores, y tengo mucho orgullo de eso. Entonces, Agroprovidencia es una fundación que lo hemos creado más que todo en cuanto a familiares.
she's saying, Idania is very proud to come from Old Providence. She comes from a family that has a lot of experience in agriculture, defending agricultural rights. All his family, Marcela, his father, her mother, and so she's coming from a work from different generations and are the leaders in this defending local agricultural knowledge and ancestral lands.
Ok, después del huracán Iota, donde fuimos afectados más del 90%, tanto las viviendas, sobre todo más la agricultura, gracias a Dios hemos podido superarnos un poco en cuanto a la agricultura. En este momento seguimos con dificultades, sobre todo para la siembra. Hemos tenido, desafortunadamente tampoco hemos tenido mucha ayuda del gobierno en cuanto a la agricultura. Entonces debemos tener un poco más de apoyo en cuanto a la agricultura y estamos tratando y defendiendo esa parte en cuanto a la agricultura.
Okay, in relation with the Hurricane Iota, there are some problems. We can say at the same time, agriculture had led to help local farmers to organize, but it's a little help, a very little help from the government to overcome the problems in Old Providence. So there are some issues related to agriculture, but well, they're working hard.
Diana Marcela Ampudia Chogrin, mujer raizal, muy orgullosa, mi sobrina, fue la que impulsó más que todo la asociación. Estamos muy orgullosas de ella. En estos momentos estamos también con el apoyo del gobierno un poco a ver si nos movemos un poquito y si se puede hacer algo con la ayuda del gobierno y lo estamos haciendo a través de ella. ¿Quién somos? ¿Quién somos? La organización nació con una iniciativa familiar para apoyar las actividades agroalimentarias que desarrolla la familia Shogreen Brown. La familia Shogreen Brown. Shogreen es mi padre, Radiga Shogreen, y mi madre, Inés Brown. Hace más de 50 años, hoy somos más de 300 asociados con toda la determinación de forestales, el sector agropecuario, pesquero, agroalimentario para garantizar la sostenibilidad y seguridad alimenticia del archipiélago. Entonces nosotros, mi papá y todos de la asociación, nos apoyamos mucho para mantener nuestra agricultura, para mantener nuestros ancestros, para mantener nuestra cultura y no permitir que se nos vaya nuestra agricultura y sobre todo mantener la alimentación en la isla.
Okay, she recalls Marcela Ampudia Shogreen, which is one of our colleagues here in our network and a leader in Old Providence in this conservation of values, of agricultural values. And she's not here because she's elected as Secretary of Agriculture in Old Providence. Well, her father and mother, his father, Mr. Radiga, is somebody very important in Old Providence, and they have led a federation of 300 members who, their goals are to protect this ancestral knowledge and also to help others to produce local agriculture in Old Providence.
¿Me permites la otra? Ok, el señor presente es mi padre, Radiga Shogreen, quien les estoy informando, y la señora es Inés Brown. Ellos son los que comenzaron con esa iniciativa, entonces gracias a ellos somos los que somos hoy en día, mucho orgullo, Mi padre es agricultor, 78 años y todavía va a 1000. Entonces, y mi madre no camina mucho, o sea, camina con un soporte, pero todavía hace todos los dulces para poder mantener nuestra cultura aquí en nuestra isla. Y así, comenzamos así. Así como ven, ahí comenzamos, con poquito, todo poquito, entonces comenzamos así.
Okay, she's telling about her father and her mother. Her father, Mr. Radiga, well, he is 78 years old, and he continued to cultivate, to go to the mountains, to bring and to lead one of the farmers' stores in Providence. Her mother can walk too much, but she is the one who coordinates the sweets. Some of them are here, you can see it. And the Bashi rum is very famous. Famous in all Providence now. We want to be famous in all the Caribbean when there are some here.
Next one. ¿En qué estamos? ¿Qué hemos estado haciendo? En busca de la seguridad alimenticia, Agroprovidencia autogestiona sus proyectos. Proyecto PIDAR 175 de 2021, Agencia de Desarrollo Rural, ADR. Formulación de proyectos, Fondo Acción, Planta ARG Foundation. Fortalecimiento del mercado local, compras y venta de desarrollo de productos. Acá está parte de nuestros asociados, donde mantenemos y tratamos de gestionar cada día más y involucrar cada día más a todos los isleños de la isla.
Okay, they work mostly in food safety with local markets. They involved almost all the islanders in all Providence, and they create projects like those, and they work with agency and public agency and the state of with Colombia and with the government, with local government.
The Moonlight Company. The Moonlight Company es el nombre que actualmente tenemos. The Moonlight Company es un nombre que actualmente viene de nuestros ancestros, como se le llamaba anteriormente. Entonces, este es uno. Entonces, vamos también al otro. Marcas transformadoras. Marcas transformadoras. Moonlight Company es de bebidas y alimentos Will Rice. Acá en la mesa actualmente tenemos todos los productos, algunos productos que estamos en representación en este momento, entonces para que tengan conocimiento.
Okay, she's saying there are some beverages. It's Moonlight. One of the trademarks, and the other ones that are there in the table where they produce different possibilities. They have jellies, they have beverages, they have, well, a lot of products, of new products they're been developing with this company. She forget to say that Moonlight was the name of the father. Yes, her father was called Moonlight. People call him Moonlight, that's what they choose this name.
Nuestro esfuerzo colectivo, Federación de Pescadores, de Raizal y Veeduría Cívica. También apoyamos todo lo que sea. Por último, entonces vamos a mostrar que ya se me fue el tiempo. Entonces, acá están nuestros productos, nuestros desafíos, cerca y lejos de a la vez, costos de importancia, exploración. Acá sí, listo. Acá. There is our project. Ok. Entonces acá están nuestra tradición, cerca y lejos de a la vez, costos de importación y explotación, normatividad de impuestos para los productos artesanales, estructura administrativa inefectivas para proteger y acompañar los emprendimientos de las organizaciones locales. Acá están nuestros productos, donde tenemos el ron Bush, que es tradicional de nuestra isla. Al lado tenemos lo que son unos cócteles que actualmente estamos gestionando y nuestras verduras de aquí en la isla. Muy orgullosa nuevamente, agradezco a mis padres, agradezco a todos los compañeros y muy orgullosa acá y siempre en Providencia, bienvenidos allá en Providencia y con mucho gusto los esperamos.
Okay, thank you. She's saying that the Farmers Federation doesn't work alone. They work as producers, but also very active politically. With the Fishermen Federation and Veeduría Cívica, that is an organization, especially a leader in which the women have the voice, and they are the three more stronger organizations in all Providence. And I want to add it's something very important. When the hurricane hit all Providence and almost 90% of the houses were destroyed, they were the organizations that helped create it with food security, a way of organizing the community and a way to organize producing food, but also confronting government, the government Duque, and confronting the militarization of the island, and fighting against the military base that hopefully is, and it was because of their fight that the military base has been denied in the island. So it's not only producing, it's about mobilization in which women, men, children, all the local organizations are connected to look strategically and having local impacts in everyday's life. So thank you very much. And I'm giving now.
Catalina, I want to embrace the opportunity to say that we have a documentary about the process in Providence. We have a documentary already ready about the process in Providence, 2 documentary, right? And it will be very nice that you guys, we can share around the documentary even tomorrow night or tomorrow evening, that we can share the experience of all these people in Providence resisting against disaster capitalism in old Providence. So you are cordially invited.
Okay, thank you very much, Greiber. Yes, we want to show you what's been these 3 years of experience resisting disaster capitalism. And now I'm giving the word to Braulio Shogreen, also from Agro-Providence, which he's going to tell us more about the work with children in our islands. We have to say that the same as in Barbuda and some other places where we have hurricanes, the schools aren't functioning well, even we past 4 years. So that shows us what's the real interest at stake in this island. It's not the families, it's not the children, it's not the people. But even though people know how to organize and to resist and to think about their futures, and so the work with the children is very important in all Providence. Braulio.
Good evening. My name is Braulio Shogreen. I'm from Providence, Colombia. My work is work with the children them. I start in 2010 working with the children. From that moment that I start with the children them is love. Children is future from the world. My work with the children them is teach them how to farm, the way to farm, how to harvest, and everything. Right now, I start in 2010 and I'm coming up and going down, but in 2020 I had a big lift after the hurricane. Was a big experience for me. In my program where we teach the children them, we teach them about the situation and the economy for the food, how you must farm, what you must do. But not only that, after the hurricane, the children them start show us how to protect us, and them right now the children them home taking them father and carrying them back to farm. The father them didn't want to farm, and now them is teaching the father how to farm. So I believe it's very good to all the people them and everyone pay attention. Because right now in Providence, first, second, and third infant, they don't pay them attention. They're leaving them aback. In the hurricane, the children them was very nervous. But after the hurricane, we go in and carry them to the farm, carry them up to the mountain, and show them, and taking out that idea out of them head. But in Providence, the government don't have them interested for those things. We in Providence right now, the government take back, the national government take back all our money and everything and give away a little rubbish to stay in. So right now I begging everyone from the world, from everywhere, that we can try to develop children and have a nice idea about them. I thank Miss Pat especially for this moment, and my Marcella. Them is people who try to push you all up. Right now, I'm studying at a university, preparing, and I'm studying agriculture. And what I want is study to invert all my idea to children, bring them up, and turn Providence a paradise. And right now in Providence, we depend on a red boat and a black boat. If the boat don't get at the island, we don't have food. So I taking that idea out of the children them head. We can farm. We know how to farm. Right now I have children at 7 years old that them trying to raise me to plant melon. I have some children, and telling father, no, pa, we go pick melon. He said, no, uno can't pick melon because uno don't know when the melon is ripe. He said, no, pa, my Prof. Braulio show we and teach we when a melon is ripe. So the father went and worked. The son, 7 years old, gonna pick 7 melon. He bring one by one home, one by one. He leave it home, and him sit right there at the door, and he wait on his father. He said, oh, pa, you come? He said, all right, come. You cut the melon. I don't cut it, you cut it. And you went and see, him cut it, and when he bust it, red melon. He said, pa, you see? We Prof don't tell we lie. You know, so that's what I want. I want the world and everyone try to help and carry the children them higher. Right now I working with children from 9 months, 1 year to 13 years. I working with the kids them. I go to the school. I go all around. But the biggest news I can give you all, I don't have a salary. I don't have no help from the government, no nothing. The only help I have is from Marcella and them, and so I'm from different part of Colombia. But everything that I'm doing, I have to pay it out of my pocket. I have to work in Providence, and that's the way I try to sustain myself and everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Braulio. I'm giving now the floor to Annika Redhead from Grenada Land Actors. You know that the hurricane is just passing through Grenada right now. It just passed. So it's a hard moment for Annika, as we knew this morning. Thank you to be here, and all our solidarity of what is happening right now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am here today as one of the directors and the secretary of Grenada Land Actors in Grenada. And I just want to start off by saying 4 things that Grenada Land Actors that we stand for. The first one is sustainable land management. The second one is access to information. The third one is a seat at the table. And the fourth one is a sustainable and a healthy future for our citizens. Now, Grenada Land Actors was established in 2021, and that was when one of the developers decided to take one of our pristine locations in Grenada, that is the Lasajas Bay, and turn it in what is now a multi-million-dollar tourist resort that citizens of our country cannot even afford, and we call that a sustainable development. How is it even sustainable when the citizens of our country are not reaping the benefits of it, per se? The second development is the Livera development, which is our only Ramsar site, the only Ramsar site in Grenada. And it is the 3rd largest nesting site for the leatherback sea turtles. And right now, the Chinese developers, the Shenghen Group, is on the 3rd floor of a 18-story building and an 18-hole golf course. And the 3rd development, is the Mount Hartman development. That is to the south of our island. And it is a habitat for our national dove that is endemic to Grenada, and the population is decreasing. I think we have a population of just 160 birds. So how is that sustainable? How is that a sustainable future? How is that a sustainable development? When we are destroying our mangroves, we are destroying our first line of defense against hurricanes, against the hurricane that just rummaged through our country this morning. How is that even allowed? So right now, the Grenada Land Actors, we are in court with the Physical Development Authority and the 3 developers, and our case is based on us having a seat at the table, us being there and wanting to be there so that we ask the questions, because we are the ones on the ground, and we get the answers from the developers and from our government as to what they want to do for our future. At first, the reason why we are in court right now with our government is because they said that we had no standing. We had no reason to be at the table. We have no reason to stand up and ask what is it that the government and what is it that the developers what are their plans for our country. And it's sad that we have to have a court case to say that we do have standing, that we are the citizens of the country. It's sad that it had to reach to that in order for the citizens of the country to know what is actually happening. And the precedent that we use is our case from the Barbuda land right actors in Barbuda, and how they went to the Privy Council to say that, yes, they have standing. So we're here today in the Disaster Capitalism workshop to just learn about what is happening in each and every country around the Caribbean, each and every one of you, and how you stood up in your country and you actually got a seat at the table, it seems like, from your presentation, how you were able to sit at the table and how you were able to say no to certain developments. It's going to be very, very good to learn how you were able to do that in your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's why we are here, to learn from each other. And that idea, that right to say no, it's the result of a big fight. For the case of All Providence to say no to the military base, it took almost 3 years of fight. And to to organize, to be recognized. It was a big fight. So I think we can learn one from the other to understand our experiences here. Now I'm going to give the voice to Wisvel Mondelise de l'Institut Carl Lévesque d'Haïti. We're going to give you 7 minutes, and you're going to make the translation for English, right? Okay, don't worry. I'll give you a little bit more.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.
Moi, c'est Wisvel Mondelis, moi représente l'Institut culturel Carl Lévesque.
I'm from the Institute Carl Lévesque.
Comme capitaliste des assailles lié à orientation politique, m'a parlé sous contexte Haïti jeudi.
I'm going to speak on the context of Haiti today.
M'a fait intervention ça dans contexte côté
I'm speaking
gagne en mission multinationale sécurité qui débarquait dans le pays la semaine passée.
I'm speaking in the context of the fact that a multinational mission, security mission has arrived, have landed in Haiti last week.
Malheureusement, il y a des pays frères dans les Caraïbes là qui a envoyé délégation dans mission ça en Haïti.
Unfortunately, there are some countries which in the Caribbean, which we consider to be our brothers, who are nevertheless contributing forces to this multinational mission.
Alors, ce qui est important pour nous comprendre la dynamique dans la situation pays là,
It's important that you understand the dynamics in which the country finds itself right now.
c'est une construction qui mène là.
What is happening in Haiti right now was completely engineered.
Construction n'a pas là, nous ca déraper, nous ca prendre un élément pour nous déraper dans fin mandat Jovenel Moïse 7 février 2021.
Okay, so the engineering, if we would start to look at it from the end of
Jovenel Moïse.
of Jovenel Moïse, the president Jovenel Moïse, the end of his.
Le mandat Jovenel fini 7 février 2021, les jeunes support en série d'institutions qui kembel dans tête pays jusqu'à ce que les mouille assassiné en juillet 2021.
His mandate should have ended on the 7th of February 2021, but the international community supported him to remain in power until he was assassinated in July 2021.
Pendant temps ça, gang yo qui joignent soutien acteurs économiques et acteurs politiques a fait exaction sur population.
In the meantime, the gangs which were being supported by the oligarchy and political actors were continuing to perpetrate violence against the population.
Comme solution fabriquée, Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies a voté pour voyer mission ça dans le pays.
So the Security Council of the United Nations came up with this constructed, engineered solution to send a multinational security force to Haiti.
C'est dans ce contexte ça, ma prend parole je dis malheureusement côté souveraineté pays li en papier en énième mission multinationale.
So I'm therefore very sorry that it is in this context that I am speaking to you at a time when Haiti's sovereignty is being is underfoot and is being trampled underfoot by a foreign mission.
Rapidement, je mettre accent sur 3 axes qui aident nous comprendre la situation Haïti je dis dans connexion avec une série de pays dans la région.
So I'm going to use 3 different axes to help you to understand the context of the situation of Haiti in the regional context.
Premier axe là, c'est expérience colonisation à occupation.
So the first is the experience of colonization and occupation.
N'a fait songer Haïti fête 1er janvier 1804 après plus passé 3 siècles exploitation coloniale territoire ça avec population qui t'a vu sous l'ité Sibi.
So Haiti got its independence on the 1st of January 1804 after 3 centuries of slavery and colonization.
Pendant plus passé 3 siècles, colonisateurs espagnols, anglais et français étaient pillés pays, maltraité population et étaient jeunes sous lit avec l'autre monde qui t'a vu aller chercher en Afrique.
So during those 3 centuries, the French, British, and Spanish colonizers mistreated, exploited the people that they found on the island, as well as the Africans that they brought to the island.
18 novembre 1803, dans cette bataille, pour gagner indépendance là.
On the 18th of November 1803, our ancestors won the independence of Haiti.
En 1825. Thank you, thank you. En 1825, roi Charles X, roi pays la France, fait Haïti payer un rançon 150 millions francs l'or pour lui reconnaître l'indépendance ça.
So Haiti's independence was not recognized, but by the colonial powers. So in 1825, King Charles X of France imposed $150 million French francs. Sorry, 150 million.
150 millions francs l'or.
Yeah, 150 million gold francs. It was imposed on Haiti in order the ransom. This ransom was imposed on Haiti in order to recognize Haiti's independence.
Depuis le ça, pays a tombé dans prêter l'argent toute journée dans mais on série l'autre pays ou bien institution financière internationale.
So this started this vicious cycle of Haiti being in a constant state of having to borrow money in order to pay these ransoms.
Comme exemple, nous prenons année fiscale 2023-2024 là côté 13% budget pays a t'a passé dans payer dette internationale.
Up to 2023-2024, up 13% of Haiti's budget was still going towards paying debt.
Nous capables parler tout sur occupation américaine 1915-1934 là qui paraît sans conséquence sous situation pays a aujourd'hui.
We could also talk about the first occupation by the US from 1915 to 1934, which has had consequences up to now on Haiti.
Quelques mois avant occupation ça, dans mois décembre 1914, soldats américains yo débarqué dans le pays pour prendre $500,000 et réserve le pays a te gagné.
So in December 1914, the US Army landed in Haiti. So the occupation was 28th of July 1915, but in December 1914, the US Marines came to Haiti and stole the gold reserves from the Haitian treasury.
Toute action ça a fait dans logique pour faire Haïti esclave capital américain et puis dans l'autre moment pour faire pays a gain dette la payer pendant toute histoire.
So this was done in order to enslave Haiti economically to the international capitalist system and to put Haiti in a situation where it would forever be chained to paying endless debts and borrowing.
Deuxième axe là n'a souligner rapidement c'est crise écologique yo.
So the second axis I would like to highlight is the ecological crisis.
Tant que nous connaissons déjà, gros industrie capitaliste yo rivé dans production gros industrie capitaliste yo rivé dégager en pile gaz à effet de serre qui détruit l'atmosphère.
So the capitalist industry creates global warming that destroys the atmosphere.
C'est vrai en Haïti pas gain en pile entreprise industrielle, mais pays a servi dans bail main-d'œuvre à bon marché ou bien pays a servi tout dans sous-traitance, dans service production sous-traitance et industrie ça a fait.
So what they use Haiti for is for cheap labor and for outsourcing of production.
Nous avons songé en 2012 sous pouvoir Michel Martelly avec Laurent Lamotte là, t'es un slogan qui était à la mode en pile dans le pays, c'est question Haïti ouvert pour business.
So in 2012, during Michel Martelly's reign, and that was like 2 years after the cataclysmic earthquake, they came up with a slogan saying that Haiti is open for business.
Pouvoir ça t'es intéressé en pile pour faire entreprise multinationale entrer dans le pays sans li pas consulter population sous décision l'état prendre dans sens ça alors que décision ça yo pas toujours en faveur de population.
So the whole point of starting that slogan and that program was to invite foreign countries to come and invest in Haiti and open industry which was most of the time not in the best advantage of the population, but the population was never consulted on those decisions.
Tirer ça c'est pour nous faire songer crise écologique là crise écologique qui sorti dans matrice processus accumulation capitaliste là, qui a une grosse conséquence sur Haïti et Haïti tout c'est un terrain côté entreprise multinationale ça yo a ferrailler.
So the environmental disaster that stems from the womb of these industrial accumulation of capital is something that Haiti suffers a lot from.
Malheureusement, c'est comme ça. Haïti, tant qu'il y a un paquet de pays dans la région, toujours à réparer dégâts catastrophes écologiques qui c'est une situation qui nuit progrès nous, progrès Haïti, tant que progrès région dans Caraïbes là.
So the environmental disasters, the greenhouse gases, all of the consequences of these industries is something that the Haitian people keep suffering the consequences of, not only Haiti, but the entire region.
Dernier axe m'a touché à bien rapide, c'est diplomatie, ingérence et domination politique.
So the last axis I will talk about is the domination of foreign interference and domination of Haiti by external powers.
Depuis 30 dernières années ça yo, pays qui a dominé Haïti yo pas suspend intervenir direct dans politique pays.
In the last 30 years, the countries that have been dominating Haiti have not stopped interfering directly in the governance and the political situation of Haiti.
Souvent, c'est sous dicté yo même, yon série gros décision prendre dans pays a, tant que bay résultat élection ou bien changer un gouvernement.
So they are the ones who make the decisions directly about election results and change of governments.
Haïti, pays en plus, pays qui a dominé Haïti yo utiliser couloir diplomatique pour yo empêcher Haïti créer et puis développer partenariat sud-sud avec l'autre pays, ça qui était servi dans intérêt li.
And those countries, those imperialist countries that are dominating Haiti, do everything in their power to prevent Haiti from developing relationships with other countries in the global south, which could be very helpful to Haiti.
Nous avons des exemples dans Kassa. En 2019, Haïti presque forcé sien contre Venezuela dans OEA, Organisation État américain.
To give you one example, Haiti was forced in 2019, the Haitian government was forced to vote against Venezuela in a vote at the OAS when the US was trying to keep Venezuela out of the OAS, and Haiti was forced to vote against Venezuela.
Dans le programme Petro-Caribéa, l'ambassade américaine travaille avec un pile compagnie pétrole pour empêcher Haïti d'entrer dans le programme Petro-Caribéa.
For example, the Petro-Caribe program that Venezuela had established for several countries in the Caribbean, the US worked with a lot of petrol companies in order to prevent Haiti from benefiting from the Petro-Caribe program.
Nous pas trop de temps nous obligé fini, mais m'a seulement mettre accent sur trois éléments penser qui perspective qui ca aider nous et aider Haïti, aider l'autre pays dans la région, jouer une justice par rapport à tout ça, moi saute développer là, on pas développer tout malheureusement.
Unfortunately, I have much more to say, but because of the time constraint, I will just make three last points, which I think could probably help us to counter the injustices that I have just enumerated.
Premièrement, il faut que nous exiger mesures prises pour réparer crimes, esclavage et occupation Haïti et l'autre pays dans la région subi dans l'histoire.
So we first have to establish a system whereby we can demand reparations for the slavery and colonialism and exploitation that Haiti and other countries in the region have suffered.
Deuxièmement, faut que nous continuions à exiger mesures prises pour réparer dégâts écologiques processus accumulation capitaliste la fait sur planète là et puis faire prévention contre menaces.
And we have to establish systems and networks to get reparations for the environmental catastrophe and destruction that the capitalist system has waged against the planet. And we have to also set up structures in order to counter the threats that will surface when one tries to get justice for these exploitations.
Finalement, li nécessaire pour solidarité entre peuple yo, surtout dans Caraïbes là, forcer pays qui a dominé Haïti yo ak l'autre peuple dans région, changer approche yo pour yo reconnaître souveraineté totale pays sa yo dans tout niveau.
And it's important that we have solidarity between all of our countries in order to force the countries that are dominating Haiti, as well as the other countries in the region, to recognize our sovereignty, to recognize Haiti's sovereignty, and to recognize the sovereignty of every country in the region.
Vive yon Caraïbes solidaire.
Long live solidarity in the Caribbean.
Vive respect dans relation entre peuple yo.
Long live respect between our peoples.
Vive Haïti.
Long live Haiti.
Merci en pile.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. We have more or less 20 minutes to finish this panel, so we are going to give the floor for the people that are here asking for 1 or 2 questions. We're going to have 2 rounds very quickly. So I open the floor if somebody wants to ask a question, clarify, comment.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, I forgot your name. Yeah, the third time I wasn't paying attention to. I need like 5 times. What's it? Grayburn? Okay. So Jamaica is going through a very protracted constitutional reform process right now. And the framework you were sort of discussing about nature's rights and people and the right of the people seems very appropriate for sort of what should have been a transitionary moment in Jamaican life through the constitutional reform. I guess I'm wondering if these ideas were to make it to embed itself into sort of a legislative framework for a constitution, what do you think that would look like? Or how do you apply these ideas to a framework for a country of independence?
Shall we take all the question 4?
Yeah.
Because otherwise people may want to ask questions that they cannot ask the question and then we just...
We're making 2 rounds, so...
Okay.
Otherwise it becomes...
Yeah, mine was very simple.
No,
Yeah, I hardly need the mic. I'm just speaking from the heart, 2 things. Young lady, Arissa? Anika. All of our hurt I can see on you at this moment. I am moved and I feel for your people at this second. We need, between us in this group, this is fantastic for you to let us know how we can help you and your people in the immediate circumstance and going forward. I just wanted to extend our heartfelt from Barbuda, but from everybody for that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let us know what we can do.
Yeah, definitely. Joining Gulliver in what he just said about Grenada, but also about all the other places and countries that are not here represented, and all the people who are at home and who couldn't come and are preparing now because the hurricane is passing over the head and is moving towards their houses and the territories. And definitely, we're not here only to share stories, but also to think about how can we be organizing better for the future, because unfortunately these things will keep happening, and people's organizations and people networks may be part of the response. Trying to connect a little bit what I heard some stories that are very, very local. So agroprovidencia being, you start with your land, you start with the children, you start with very contextual, small-scale project that try to move bottom-up, to try to create a change bottom-up, involving the people, the community, creating what Graeber talked about, like food sovereignty from below. I see resistance against development projects that is led by the people. And then we had this account from Haiti that dated back 1879, or 1789, sorry, reminding us of how all of that is connected to something that is way bigger than our local resistance and our local interventions and our bottom-up efforts. And I think that many of the people in this room may feel that the enemy that you're fighting on a daily basis because of the new development or because of the occupation of your island after a hurricane is connected to processes, as we heard also in the presentation that was given at the beginning, that are really a legacy of colonialism, a colonialist hangover, as Gulliver was saying. So my question tried also to have more of a dialogue rather than individual interventions is, do you operate on both levels, at both levels, when you organize, when you act, when you teach the children, when you are on the very local fight against one specific issue, how do you bring that big picture in, and the other way around? So in the case of Haiti, where you go and talk about sovereignty for the people, you talk about solidarity and reparation and restoration for colonial occupations and violence, how do you then territorialize it in the life of the people on the ground, on a daily life of the people? Because people are affected by colonialism, but on the daily life, maybe needs are different. So how do you keep those two levels together? I think could be a massive learning for me, because the way forward, I think, is about the two of them operating together and not really being disconnected and not talking to each other.
Okay, I think with these two questions and with the comments, well, we can open for some comments here. And it's very important because one of the issues, more important issue regarding the hurricane and then what we call the disaster capitalism, and that we can prevent now in Grenada and what is happening right now, because we know how these plans of more colonizations, because this disaster capitalism could bring more problems. So, and I think the fights that are being made, the local fights in Providence and San Andres, in Barbuda, and these networks of people helping and solidarity can help. This idea that if something happens in Grenada, what is happening in Grenada touches all. And what happened in Barbuda touches all. And what we are learning from All Providence experience, because it's been a fight, a 3 years fight, and now to have these ambassadors, Graeber is going to be an ambassador. This is the result of a fight, of a local fight, of recognition of people's rights, the right to create a network, a diplomacy of the people in the Caribbean is because of this historical fights. So I'm going to give the word to Graeber, and then if somebody in the table from province from Grenada would add something, and there our colleague from Haiti, which we say thank you to this to help us to understand what's happening, because Haiti has been isolated historically.
Okay, thank you very much. Your question is very important because I believe the majority of the islands in the Caribbean has to make this jump into the discussion about ethnic and indigenous people. In this sense, you have to search up. I was trying to search on my phone, but I didn't find it. I don't know if Jamaica has ratified the Covenant 169 of the ILO, right? And doesn't have it. So I believe it's a very important opportunity to move on to a debate, both in the academy, in the communities, in the government, that is important to include within the Bill of Laws of Jamaica, the Covenant 169, because Colombia has it, and that has permitted us to fight for the rights of the indigenous and the tribal and black people of our communities. So we have a lot of sentences from the tribunals and the judges that protect the rights of the indigenous and racial people and black people in general. So I believe the first step will be that. In order of the rights of the nature, or rights of nature, you can find a lot of information in Ecuador in 2008 because they created a bill of law to protect nature as a constitutional law. So you can search, and I believe the most important thing in this process is the organizing capacity that the civil society can have in order to reach this structural transformation of their community and of their country. So you are young people, you are activists, are environmentalists. I believe you should open the space that all the youths and young people in Jamaica start to debate and reflect about the importance of these two elements of the tribal and indigenous rights and the nature rights. Regarding what Tomaso said, is difficult sometimes to bring all these abstract processes that is being reflected at all level to the ground. What we usually do is we work in network. We try to braid or to plot everything come down. And we do it through our local processes. We farm in the daily day. We have a school of farming leaders. So we bring all this information and make public debate in order to get information moving the day-by-day basis. We'll do a lot of exchange in our community that people can travel and know about these global processes in other communities. For example, we just founded a network that is called Agriculturas para la Vida, Agriculture for Life, which has a strong debate around agroecology or agriculture for life, and the diverse forms of agriculture that our community has, and not just to lock it up in what is called agroecology, but in the diversify the farms that we have and respect the farms of agriculture that we have. One of the biggest debate we have right now, and we move that way because we believe the interaction of the people that are live their daily life, but the interaction is where generate the changes. So we try to make as much interaction we want with the people, from the base, from the community, from the academia also has an important role in our process, because Professora Catalina has worked with us for several years, and she has been there supporting our processes, being there. If we have any legal advisement, she will be there assisting and being a part. So I believe in order to things to happen, or the structural change to happen, should be somehow trying to plot all these elements, the academy, the local communities, the national, international networks, people working at that level, the plotting of these processes. And what we are doing here is what make things come to happen in our communities. And that's where our youth, racial youth, has been working. We are focusing now to create a local network, more stronger, more within us, in order to advance with our agenda, which is the most important thing we consider. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your sentiments towards my country and what is happening on the ground now. Grenada Land Actors, we essentially, what we do, maybe we can put you in touch with other NGOs so that you can maybe fund them or help them in building back after this hurricane. So I would speak to the board after this and let them know that you're willing to help and how can you help. In relation to bridging that gap between bringing what we know in Grenada Land Actors and what is happening with these developments to the youth and the citizens of the country, we have been so focused on the case against the government and against the PDA that we have hardly done any outreach work. And the members of Grenada Land Actors, the board of directors, it's not our day job. It's what we do on the side as volunteer. We volunteer. So we're now planning with funds that we receive, thank you from GLAN, funds that we receive from them to have, to pay for our case actually, to fund our case and to do outreach work, maybe go into the schools, maybe partner with other NGOs so that we can broadcast the message and we can educate the people more and we can educate the youth more, because essentially it starts from there, especially about the Escazú agreement, because we ratified last year. So letting the people know that in this document they have the power to ask questions, they have the power to say we need the information is ours, we have to have a seat at the table when you're deciding on our future. So that is what our plans are.
Just immediately in this path of this hurricane, between us all here, we know that there is a playbook of what is about to happen. On your island, in the next 5 days,
yes,
a set of people are going to arrive on your island.
Military.
Right? They are predatory people who will be looking to devise narratives to move your natural resources into their pockets. Instead of helping you in this moment of need, they will devise the narrative and roll out a plan which is not exclusive to you. Barbuda knows this. Many of us here know this already. With connectivity, I'm saying to you, let us connect between ourselves so that you locally, right, and us as a community connected through the Caribbean region can alert to the fact that we are aware of the playbook,
yes,
which is about to happen, unfortunately to you. Because as bad as the hurricane is, that's nothing compared to what is
going to happen after.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm giving the word to Braulio, wants to say something else before our colleague from Haiti.
Okay, good evening one more. I want to remind you, after the hurricane, we had all the trees fall down. When all the trees fall down and we have everything, we had 5 fire burn last year, back to back. The last fire burn lasts 22 days burning. It burned down 40 acres of tree Providence. But the most important thing, the government from Colombia and the government went and planted 65,000 trees. You hear me all? 65,000 trees. And if you all go to the island, you cannot find 100 trees. You know, where the tree gone? I don't know. We always tell them, no, don't plant 65,000. Plant 30,000 trees and try to take the money from them 30,000 and try and maintain the tree them. Them say, no, we're going to plant the 65,000 trees. They plant the 65,000 trees, and right now, actually, none tree is on the island. But Agro-Providencia and for a root school, we planting 1,000 trees with the children. How we planting the tree with the children? We're going by the school, carrying the plant them by the school, and I have all the picture, everything. I will giving a kid or a child to plant a plant in his yard. Why? Because we want them to recognize that a plant is very important. I will tell you some child. I give them a pepper tree to plant. It lasts 90 days to produce. So why? Why I did that? I do that to show them, say, you plant a mango tree, 3 years and a half, you have mango. So that mango tree can help you to pay your university when you go university, you know. But what is hurting me more is the 60,000 tree that they plant inside the plant. And we're talking about, we have a sickness in Providence that named the cochinilla, a white sickness. It take over the whole island. Every mango tree, he love the mango tree. And he have everyone killed practically in the island, you know. So in here, anyone know about anything we can use for eliminate this plague in Providence, who could please help us? Because it's a very, very, very dangerous plague, and the government don't looking about it. You have a program in Providence and Colombia that say the name the ICA. But what them go to our island and do? They go and eat our crawfish, our fish, and when them done, they full them belly and then turn back to the continent, you know. You know, so yes, you all know from San Andreas and from Providence, it's the same thing. Them don't trying to help the island. And if this plague don't eliminate by now and 6 months, everything will done in Providence, destroying. This sickness will destroy the island because he eating everything, you know. And we need one thing we need is a little animal that they give the name mariquita. You know, it's a little butterfly, but we can't get a bug. Yeah, but we cannot get it in Providence. You know, they keep Providence, they keeping we aback. You know, so agriculture in Providence don't have, the government don't try to give it a future. That's why Agro-Providencia and Fururu School trying. But it's not easy. It's something very hard. You know what? You have to go in, I have to go work in the night. I have to go in the morning and come back and teach children in the evening. And pay everything out of my pocket, you know. So it's not easy. So we begin all to try to help the community of Providence with this plague. Thank you.
So, as you've seen, after the disasters came another disaster, the government disaster, who brings more problems to the islands. And the solutions are here in the local knowledge, in the experience, on what the peoples are made. Right now, all Providence people had win against the government the right to that's the right that they had before, but to plan their reconstruction. For example, for Grenada, that's what the first thing to say that the people has to call the government is the right to build together collectively the plan of rebuild, the plan of reconstruction, to hear the people. That's the most important thing. After 3 years, now the government recognized that right to the people of Providence. The 3 years had passed. Well, they have win. That means that in some places they can do this in a less time, because I think this plague is related to what the government brought to this planting of new trees and a lot of things with all these plagues. Okay, and now I'm giving the floor to our last colleague to try to answer some of the comments. You want to say something?
Yes, Sean Taylor again from the Jamaica Fishermen's Cooperative Union president, and I am one of the leading member in the environmental committee, and our main mandate is to do beach cleaning, tree planting, and the development of sustainable fisheries. So we have some protective area that we work with the fishers to see how we can keep the fish on the plate of the fisher, and those who are interested are like to have that. So I heard you say about trees, and I said earlier that 4 trees that we focus on is sea grape, tulip, coconut, and almond. So the tulip grew up very fast, and it is not one of the trees that are bothered by the seawater or how close you plant it. Once you get good grounded and close to the beach, in no time it will grow and very big, and its roots are down, just as is similar to the sea grapes. Have to have very bad weather to remove those plants. So I would encourage you to use the tulip because it have very big bodies too, and it got broad leaves, very good for the air that you breathe and fresh airs and such like. So my main plant, because as I said, it grew fast and with good shade, so you could start the development from the tulip plants on your island to help offset those issues that you have with the tree problem, erosion.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm giving you the Wisvel. I'm going to give you the word to comment some of the commentaries that people had made.
Oui, c'était pour une question que question de solidarité, question de et pour prendre l'idée avec solidarité régionale et puis aussi pour question de théorie est capable d'appliquer théorie souterraine et toutes les et l'idée de la dette économique qui vient de tout justement.
Bon, pour me réagir sur question, question ou bien commentaire qui était venu par rapport avec intervention PAM non.
In order to give a response to the question which was generated by my presentation,
M'bralé à l'essentiel. M'bralé dans l'essentiel, dans ça qui est essentiel là.
I'm just going to speak about what is essential.
Indépendance pays d'Haïti prend 1er janvier 1804 là, li créé route pour tout peuple sur la terre couper fâché à colonisation et puis esclavage. C'est un premier bagage, c'est une parole qui est clé.
So the most important thing is that Haiti's independence in 1804 created the path for all other countries to free themselves from the scourge of colonialism and slavery.
Si nous clairs sur ça, si nous d'accord sur ça, détruire pays a livrer un message pour tout peuple cap goumé pour souveraineté dans tout niveau, dans niveau politique, économique et culturel.
So as a result of Haiti having established that precedent and that pathway, the destruction of Haiti is a signal that is sent to all countries that are fighting, whether politically or economically.
Alors que si ou pas grand monde tout, sous pas un pays qui souverain dans le domaine politique, économique, social, culturel, ou pas qu'à mener bataille contre rien, contre aucune mauvaise pratique.
If you don't have sovereignty, political, economic, social, cultural sovereignty, it is impossible for you to counter and fight against all of the harm and the bad practices that are being imposed on you as a country.
Si organisation qui la yo, qui sorti dans divers pays dans la région Caraïbe là, pas grand monde. Si pays côté yo sorti là dedans, pas grand monde, yo pas qu'à mener bataille pour respect en série droit, pour respect, pour satisfaction de ces revendications, yo gagne, faut que yo grand monde. Souveraineté c'est un principe fondamental.
So sovereignty is a fundamental principle because if the organizations which are represented here are not autonomous, and if the countries that you come from are not sovereign, then you will not be able to carry out any fight or any struggle against whatever is being imposed on you in terms of, bad practices.
Parce que principale logique qui fait pays cap dominé pays nous yo, pays cap dominé pays tant que Haïti yo, continuer à renforcer domination yo, c'est pour yo capable réaliser propre agenda pa yo qui pas dans intérêt pays nous yo.
So the reason why these oppressive nations continue to carry out these bad practices against our countries is because they are carrying out projects which are in their benefit, in their favor, but to our detriment.
Finalement, nous croyons sous balsa, c'est sous balsa travail organisation yo doit chita pour yo capable de résultat dans quel que soit axe, sous quel que soit enjeu y a travail. C'est sous balsa, c'est sous logique ça, organisation yo doit établir initiative yo dans quel que soit axe thématique qui priorité pour yo.
So all of the organizations here must base themselves, base their work on this principle, on overcoming this principle, the fact that these countries are carrying out projects which are against our best interests.
On travaille sur thématique environnement, on travaille sur thématique droit pour moun qui travaille terre gain accès à terre, on travaille sur droit ti moun, sur quel que soit domaine n'a travail là, si nous pas grand monde, nous pas capable mener combat, véritable combat nous devons mener yo sur divers niveaux politiques, culturels, social, tout ça me dit tout à l'heure là, droit grand monde nous autonomie nous li fondamental.
So whether we are waging a struggle for environmental rights or for people's rights or for children's rights or for farmers' rights to own the land, that they cultivate, we will not be able to get anywhere unless we are sovereign and autonomous. And so sovereignty and autonomy is really the fundamental principle that we have to establish before we can get anywhere.
Finalement, pour me rester dans l'esprit initiative ça pendant semaine ça, l'éclair activité spécifique nous pral faire yo, faut faire dans l'esprit solidarité ya, parce que on seul nous faible, ensemble nous fort et nous ca renverser toute logique qui pas dans intérêt peuple nous yo.
So everything that we as organizations do has to be based on solidarity, on the principle of solidarity, because if we just acting unilaterally, then we will be weak. But once we act together in solidarity, then we will have the strength to overcome and overturn all of these forces and powers that seek to destroy us.
Okay. I think this is the best conclusion of our panel, and so thank you very much to our panelists for coming today, and thank you very much for all to hear these interesting points of view that are helping us to build and to strengthen this path towards sovereignty, towards autonomy, and towards regional solidarity. So thank you very much, and I'm calling the next panel. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was an exceptional intervention, very thoughtful, the principles of solidarity, building from our heritage to sustain generations and livelihoods, as well as emphasizing the right for nature and for the people's rights. I think everything tied up very well together. We were supposed to have a coffee break at 3:30. What I would like to do is to work through the coffee break. So the coffee is at the back, so just help yourself. And we will have the next session come here which will be moderated by Tommaso. So Tommaso will identify the persons who are going to speak next. And we have a hard cutoff point today, which is that we have to be out of the room by 6. So we need to somehow find the method that would allow us to have the next session and then our solidarity statement. Thank you for your cooperation. All right, so we're going to resume in another 30 seconds or so. So those persons who are on this panel on advocacy and solidarity, which really fits in with the call for, joining up and having this combined effort for each person to be able to defend their rights. And that's what we call the poetic of relation. Very important process to have this energy towards advocacy and solidarity. Tomasa, the floor is over to you.
Thanks a lot, Pat. Okay, so Elodio's coming, Annalisa's joining, John, Errol, whenever you feel ready, please come and join. No worries, there's going to be plenty of time for everyone to join if they feel like. So the idea was to have more of a dialogue and a conversation. So anyone also from the floor is more than welcome to participate into the conversation. That is going to be rotating around two main topics and two main notions that are very important, I think, for the work that all of you are doing. One is that of advocacy, being an advocate, and the other one is the notion of solidarity that already came out, as Pat was saying. So there are going to be between 6 and 9 people on the panel. So we're going to do it in a way that is a little bit less formal than before. So I will put on the table one question, and then anyone who wants to intervene, intervenes, responds, and then anyone who feel like following up. Not everyone has to address all the questions. You can just do the work that you like in the way you like. I think that's also the beauty of creating dialogue and waving together. So we have John from Save Barbuda, Elodie from the Julian Cho, Annalisa from Wave, Errol from Bernard's Lodge, Doreen from Jamaica City Lab, Christine from the Bread Fruit Collective, and Annalisa for La Colmena. Hi. Okay, so this is for the moment it, and my memory is already gone. But the first interaction was about this notion of being an advocate. So it's something that we use a lot, like we advocate, and I had this curiosity to wonder if the people here around the table, they consider themselves advocate. And on the other hand, if the fact of being an advocate is sometimes being used against them. So we heard in the previous panel, like at the beginning of the introduction, that sometimes advocating for something is used against the people advocating. They say, oh, you're a threat, you're something that doesn't work in society because you don't abide by the rules. And so I would love anyone who wants to intervene to maybe reflect on one or both of these questions. So do you consider yourself an advocate, and what does it mean for you to be an advocate? And have you encountered throughout the years of your engagement situations where you were attacked for being an advocate and the notion of advocate was used against you, and how you respond to that? And that could be also some sort of learning for all of us. Who wants to go first? Christine. Like we are doing like the games. Like the first one who pushed the button. You pressed the button or not? No, that was. It seemed like.
Hi everyone. Hi comrades.
Just one thing that I forgot. So this also Pierre-Marie from Ted Colin. So if Pierre-Marie you want to intervene, just raise your hand so I know that you want to intervene, and we'll pass you the floor digitally.
Hello, comrades. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being in this space. And it's such a privilege, honestly, to be here. As mentioned before, I'm Christine, and I'm from Guyana, and I'm the founder of the Breadfruit Collective. Honestly, I'm the only person that do everything from communication to writing the grants to attending all the meetings. And I do consider myself an advocate, and I have been advocating since I was 15 years old with my late grandma against gender-based violence. In Guyana, we know gender-based violence in the Caribbean is extremely high, but in Guyana specifically, 1 in every 2 women experience this kind of violence. And I mentioned this morning, we are a coastal country whereby 90% of our people live along the coast. So when we have extreme weather disasters, we know violence goes up. and even heat, it plays a role in violence. And so my role is really to make people understand this connection between climate and the impacts on the most vulnerable people. And I see this as my life's work. And there is a quote that says, activism or advocacy is the price we pay to live on this planet. And I really believe that because we live on the only livable planet. And to advocate is to show that there's hope and there is another possibility. We really have to think about radical imagination and thinking about society and our country and our communities being different from what was given to us. So I do consider myself an advocate. And your second question, it is a statement that is very troublesome for myself, because even though I'm just an individual running an organization, I have been attacked publicly numerous times on social media, in the newspaper, for advocating for asking questions of my government, for aligning myself with groups that are asking for justice, asking about questioning quote-unquote development and exploration. And so advocacy, it comes with a price, but I call myself an intersectional environmentalist and intersectional feminist, and I think those words are very necessary because the work I'm trying to do has to be intersectional in the way I go about it. It has to be inclusive, it has to be intergenerational, and I want it to be intentional. And so I will leave it at that.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Christine, for kicking off with very wise words and also very energetic. And thanks also for the poem that you read this morning about being tired of being tired. And I hope that we all feel energized by the fact that we don't want to be tired by the world that we see, and that's what is pushing us to move forward. Annalisa, you want to go next? I saw your hand.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to this forum workshop. I am Annie Edwards, and I'm from Dominica. I would say right now that our entire environment is under threat in Dominica right now by so-called development, that comes from CBI funds. So we're talking about big monies and people seeing our pristine environment and want to basically take over. So we in WAVE have been doing a lot of advocacy in terms for the protection of our rivers, because we see mining taking place, like mining, quarrying, not mining for minerals, but quarrying for rocks, which are used in development. And these take place without any, I would say, regard for our natural environment, because Dominica has we say 365 rivers, but a lot of them are streams. But so that means anywhere you do any development, there is a river or a stream close by. And in order to protect our streams, which lead to the sea, certain steps should be taken. Because if you allow the silt to get into these waterways, eventually it gets to the coastline, affect our corals and this sort of thing. So we have to do a lot of advocacy for that. Also recently, there has been a threat, I would say, on our national parks. We have right now recently announced development to put a marina in our Cabritz National Park wetlands. Now, this is an established national park, and the government just goes ahead and does a groundbreaking ceremony to establish a marina. We have not seen any plans. We have not seen any environmental studies. We also had a similar case with the airport development, where they just started it again without plans. You know, it's just, I am a physical planner also, although my passion is for the environment. And I just couldn't understand that a major development like that is being done without showing any plans, without consultation. So that is when I really started talking, because I no longer work with the government. I started talking out about it. I started raising questions. I'm showing that if you're going to do a small private home, you have to apply. So how can you do a major development, the largest development we'll ever have in the country? You are the government, you are breaking all the rules and proceeding with it. And from that time, after that really, Wave brought me into the group and made me the president. Now, after I made the statements and asked the questions, the Prime Minister went on the radio and said, I'm a politician. And no, but you know, strange enough, after that, people were just meeting me everywhere and congratulating me, telling me that's so good of me to be talking out. He's the only person who had anything negative to say. I think even a lot of his supporters met me and congratulated me. So that's why I think advocacy is a great thing, and I consider myself an advocate for the environment. And the only thing, when we are doing it, we have to make sure we have the information taken across to the people. So I quoted the law where it says that you must do an EIA, you must conduct the stakeholder engagements, you must present your plans to the public. You know, so I quoted the section in law in our Planning Act, which dealt with environmental impact assessment. Once you're doing an airport development, you must apply for planning permission and produce your plans. So in doing all that, people started understanding clearly what I was saying. And now as time is proceeding, and the airport development is just like a ship without a rudder. Because as they are going along, they are still doing studies. As far as everybody who is doing development knows, for you to, first of all, give the value of your project, or the cost of your project, it's cost, scope, and you must know the time it will take, the scope of the development, and then you can work out the cost. If the three of them are not aligned, then you are just joking. And that's what's happening as they go along, they are encountering problems that they did not anticipate. So advocacy is good, and I consider myself an advocate, and I keep advocating for different projects where I see there are breaches of both the planning law and environment law.
Thanks a lot, Annie. And apologies for mixing up names. I must say that. I can blame the jet lag, although I've been around for 4 days, which should be enough in order to be over that. I still relaunch with Pierre. If Pierre wants to participate, let us know via the Zoom. Otherwise, we can continue here in person. I just would like to pause for a second and... Super, Pierre. Just give me a second, great. Bonsoir, Pierre. Tu me donnes un second, s'il te plaît? Je finis une phrase et je te donne la parole. Merci. I was just saying... Oui, oui, on t'entend, mais on a besoin de donner le microphone à l'interprète. Ouais, je viens.
I represent an organization of peasants, small peasants, a national organization, and I'm Haitian. It's a wonderful opportunity for me to participate via Zoom in this important meeting. Due to the problems that exist in the region right now and in Haiti, I'm unfortunately not able to participate in person. In spite of the fact that there's so many great links between Haiti and the countries in the region, unfortunately, we have not been able to link up with our brother and sister countries in the region. On the question of advocacy on disaster capitalism,
Haïti, c'est un pays qui, depuis 1492, qui a dominé par grand pays dans le monde.
since 1492, Haiti has been dominated by international foreign powers. Haiti was the first country that Christopher Columbus supposedly pretended to discover in 1492. And on that basis, they have always used Haiti as the doorway to exploit everything in their passage.
Mode là, c'est problématique et il gagne dans le pays.
The founder of our nation, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, established from the very beginning that the fundamental problem of Haiti and of all the countries in the region was the problem of land distribution. So from the beginning, the struggle has been for the peasants and the farmers to find land to cultivate and to be able to cultivate that land in optimum conditions.
Nous-mêmes, dans le niveau tête collée, nous souvent fait par rapport à problème paysans, à partir de Charles Juppé, qui était le principal patrimoine culturel pays.
The struggle that we have been and the advocacy that we have been doing from the beginning on the question of land distribution and for the farmers to be able to find land to cultivate. So our advocacy has always been targeted at getting the government and the decision makers to understand our plight, understand the situation of the farmers, and understand their fundamental need to find land, to own land, and to be able to cultivate that land. So there are two sides to advocacy. There is the dialectical, theoretical side, and there's the practical side. So the theoretical side, the dialectical side, which involves convincing the governmental authorities about our point of view.
Représenter l'État, parfois c'est des capitalistes, c'est des extrême droite, et qui pas favoriser un dialogue sincère, un dialogue normal, la question plaidoyer pour faciliter service social de base, pour faciliter question terre et patrimoine culturel, paysan, pour une terre pour le travail.
So we always find great obstacles when in our advocacy because the government is usually extreme right people who are not at all interested in hearing the advocacy of the farmers or in paying attention to our claims for land and for the fact that we are entitled to having land to cultivate because that is our legacy, that is what belongs, the land is supposed to belong to the peasants. Mobilisation et quoi? Mobilisation et qui ça? Oh, action. Okay, so given that state of affairs where the state authorities are usually capitalists who don't listen to our arguments, then we've had to resort to mobilization and other actions. Given that we meet such great obstacles to having our voices heard because the far right, the extreme right state actors are not at all people that can be prevailed on, and that forces the institutions to mobilize and find other ways of getting their voices heard. That is why our advocacy requires national solidarity, but also not only national, but also international solidarity. The problem, the environmental problems, the problem of climate change, the problem of land, all of these problems are transversal problems which exist around the world.
Solidarité et surtout Haïti qui sont pays qui isolés par rapport à côté lié à par rapport à espace côté retrouvé la position géographique là.
Due to its geographical position, Haiti is very isolated.
Ça demande que pour un mode solidarité dans le niveau international par rapport à réseau que nous mettons campé cap goumen contre capitalisme des arts, cap goumen contre problématique environnementale. Ça nous devons gagner une solidarité qui serait serrée pour que nous menions travail ça ensemble.
So we need to create an international network of solidarity to fight disaster capitalism, to fight against all of these environmental problems.
Ça fait nous obliger sembler nous obliger renforcer nous davantage à travers Caraïbes là.
We have to unite, we have to get closer all around the Caribbean region.
Parce que la majeur pays qui gagne dans Caraïbes là, et c'est toujours gouvernement extrême droite qui a dirigé pays ça.
Because most of the countries in the region are right-leaning, and that is their orientation.
La solidarité internationale là est important la mode de combat, la bataille n'a mené pour faire entendre voix nous à travers pays Caraïbes là et l'international là en général.
So given that we usually are confronted with the struggle of having our voices heard by these right-leaning governments who are not at all in our interests, that makes the international solidarity all the more important.
Et son solidarité qui doit faire na bataille, na gourmet.
And that solidarity involves a struggle.
Parce que quand nous gagnons, nous avons moins de solidarité dans nous.
I did there was a cut. Vous pouvez répéter ça, Oji?
Parce que quand nous gagnons, nous pas sembler. Depuis nous pas sembler ensemble, solidarité nous a faible.
Okay, as long as we're not united, then our solidarity will founder.
C'est peut-être ça, à travers réseau ça, qui sont espace important pour nous organisations sociales dans les Caraïbes là.
That is why we consider your network such an important network for the region.
À permettre nous renforcer solidarité nous pays organisation pour porter bataille là dans chemin qui plus long.
Okay. Excusez-moi. Organisateur l'ont demandé me que c'est pour nous temps à courir sur nous. Donc pas de temps des dernières phrases où tu dis. Alors temps à courir sur nous littéralement. Comme si vous faites résumé pour dire ça va dire. Mais vous pouvez répéter dernière phrase là?
OK. Oui, nous dit que et solidarité n'a fait entre pays à pays, surtout dans Caraïbes là, à permettre nous gagner plus force pour mener bataille, plaidoyer, pour faire solidarité entre nous pour combattre le système capitaliste là, qui tout public nous qui fait servir porte d'entrée dans tout ça et au besoin de faire pour détruire la planète là.
So it's only when all of us get together, all of the countries in the region get together and create this strong sense of solidarity that we will be able to fight the capitalism that is destroying all of us.
Merci un petit.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Pierre, for a very strong message and also for bringing together the two elements of this conversation around advocacy and solidarity. You triggered also our comrade Gulliver interest and attention to the point that he moved to the speaker's side of the table in the least organized panel in the history of panels. So never give me something to organize, otherwise that's the way it goes. But that also to say that anyone who wants to intervene and react and feels that something has been triggered, a nerve, an interest, an intention, just do it. We have around an hour. There should be presentation and Q&A, but really the order can be everything. Yes, Errol.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to all our brothers and sisters from around the world to Jamaica. Now, when I started, I did not know I was an advocate. It was just natural. I started from a little boy. I was a defender of the children who are less fortunate. Yeah. And as a result, I was placed in a position to make arrangements for the youth in the community. So I grew up defending the youth who are less fortunate than me. Not that I was fortunate, you know. It's just that I was somebody who chat too much. And if I see something happening and I don't like it, I'm going to speak out, especially if it is against another human being. So that's where I started. I went to primary school, and I was there in primary school defending the children who live in children's homes. And the teachers would put me in charge of those children. So it kept following me throughout the years as I grew and get into bigger things. Then the Black Power movement came to Jamaica, and I was another leader there again, advocating for the black people, and them never liked that. So I understand when there's opposition to advocacy, what it brings, what it can do for you, because if I wasn't strong, I wouldn't be here today, right? And if I wasn't understanding also, I would not be here today, right? Now, I have evolved into other things, because I'm now a herbalist, I'm a natural health consultant, I'm a reflexologist. So I speak out against the medical system in Jamaica. And this is a big war presently between myself and the government, right? Because they are talking about health reform, and I don't see any health reform. I don't understand what they mean. All I know is that money keep missing all over the place, right? And a project that starts from 1.2 million gone to 22 billion and all of that, right? And people are suffering. Right now in our hospitals, the beds are floors, right? People are on the floor with saline in their hands. With the Ministry of Agriculture, I have another war, because they are promoting chemical farming, and we are promoting organic farming, and they are trying to make organic farming a thing of the past, right? I was on air, I'm also a broadcaster, and they took me off the air. Yeah, because according to them, I speak too much truth. I'm supposed to be having meetings with them. I had one meeting with the Minister of Agriculture, and I would never get another one. I had one meeting with the Minister of Health, and I will never get another one. They said they're not going to sit across the table from me because I speak too much truth. And I'll never stop speaking the truth, because I am an advocate for the people. I will never stop. I will endure whatever opposition they want to come with, because I have facts. And if them, according to the government now, they are going to sue everybody who call them name and talk the truth. And I deliberately go on their pages on X, and I say, sue me. I will want them carry me go court, believe me. It's the only place I will get to speak out and let the people of Jamaica know what is going on, right? Yeah. But they won't do it. I don't know what they're afraid of. No, I want them to sue me. I deliberately go on the Prime Minister's page and tell him that he is a fool. Right? When him there talking about how his government is doing the best for Jamaica, I said, best for your pocket. You're not doing anything for us. You need to get out. But they won't sue me. You see, sometimes, you try to get the enemies to attack you, and them hide. But you see, if them can stay around the corner and throw daggers at you, they'll do that. All you do is don't fall victim, right? Advocacy for the right is true. Advocacy for the less fortunate is true. Advocacy for people's rights and people's right to have their rights is true. And we should never give up regardless of the consequences, because no matter what happens, good always win over evil. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Errol. I'm glad that you have a platform and you can speak the truth, even if the government hasn't sued you yet. And I hope that everyone knows that Stronger Caribbean Together is a platform where we invite everyone to speak and speak the truth and speak your truth. And I hope that you will never feel that there is something that you cannot say as part of this network, as long as it follows the basic rules of engagement and respect for each other and so on and so forth. Interesting that you started from your youth. Like, it seems that being an advocate and speaking the truth comes from your DNA. And I wonder, like, if we all had this experience, if you all feel that that was something that it was with you since very young age. And I must say, like, my condition is that I realized that being an advocate in a context like the one when I grew up, of privilege, of Europe, of being on the winning side of colonialism, is very different from what I've been experiencing here. And I've been learning so much from the way in which it is natural for all of you doing what you're doing, while I think that in Europe we kind of have a lot to learn, to say the least. Who raised their hands first goes next? So maybe you, and then Elodio, and then you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm Doreen from Allen City Lab. I think I consider myself a research advocate. Unlike Errol, I don't want to get sued. However, I do think that there are lots of other ways that government or people who are in opposition to what you're saying can silence your work. We are researchers. I think I'm a nerd, right? I really enjoy sitting down and understanding how systems work, how a city works, how income changes, how wealth changes cities and places across the Caribbean. That's something I'm really passionate about. And then we do this work and we have academics who help, guide our research. Then we share it. And then you'll have other people being like, this is not research, this is journalism, and there are all of these other ways that people tell you, I don't like your conclusion, and that your conclusion should be silenced. And I also think that lots of academics or people who are in research don't think that advocacy is the end goal, and I think it is the end goal, like you understand a system, you have researched a system, you understand who the players are. It should be for a reason. It should be in service of something, you know what I mean? So I think that I'm an advocate on the back end, working to help communities, not help communities, but working in service of people who are already doing this work. So yeah, I hope I don't get sued, but I also know that there's lots of other ways that, backlash will come to us and has been coming to us and to the work that we're trying to do.
Thanks, Doreen, and definitely, as you may have noticed, the entire idea of Stronger Caribbean Together is try to exactly do what you just described. So taking a bunch of academics and putting us at the service of movements and networks and people, and seeing what academia can do. And I hope that today is an example that academia and resources that are channeled through academia can go in different directions than just being worried about publishing a paper or getting a promotion. They can be there and building networks while at the same time gathering knowledge. And what is happening now is a massive gathering of knowledge and hope and trajectories. So I'm so happy that this is happening. Elodio.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. Elodio from Belize, representing the Holy Ancho Society. The question is, are we an advocate? Yes, we are. I am. And many of us, or all of us that are in this room, are advocates in one form or another. Because I don't have to stand in front of a huge amount of people to be an advocate. Simply, I can be an advocate through a telephone calls, through building relationship with others. For example, I was out downtown yesterday, and people are asking, are you a Maya? Because they saw my shirt, and I told them, yes, I speak Maya. I'm a Maya. I'm proud to be a Maya. And they said, oh, we have only read it in books, but we haven't met a Maya. The person took a picture with me. I advocated that I am a Maya. I advocated that I am proud to be a Maya. But we did not went in details or to elaborate what we actually do. But I'm advocating in that form. So our work at the Holy Ancho Society, we are through an advocacy organization. We advocate for human rights, indigenous rights, indigenous people to own a piece of land collectively. And our advocacy comes through at a community level. We have to build awareness to community members, to our partners, to our donors, international partners, so that they can better understand what is the Maya people's vision, what is Maya people, why are Maya people fighting for their land rights. So we have to advocate in this form. So yes, I consider myself an advocate.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Elodio. There is something also about being in spaces and being an advocate by being in spaces. It doesn't have to be verbal. It doesn't have to be with performances. It's just by occupying or creating spaces where normally certain conversation wouldn't happen or certain dynamics wouldn't take place. And I think that yesterday taking a picture and bringing this idea of Maya, pride into a context like the pride that they were having yesterday for their own identity and their own realities in the communities was definitely a seed that you planted, and who knows where it is gonna go. Annalisa.
I think everybody started very early, and I was inspired by Errol and Christine in thinking in our own experiences, in Puerto Rico. And there's a phrase that the comrades in Haiti say that I had forgotten, and some folks from OLEGAF, which is an organization in Haiti, say that NAP resiste pour nous continue existe. We resist to continue existing. And that is very true in too many contexts and very scary. But in my case, for example, I was an advocate, but by taking back vacant lots, and we started planting a lot in places that were filled with drug violence and that were not the places that you would be planting. And it was our way of taking back the land. And then when I think about it, it is really a legacy that we've had from generations, and it is what we're currently doing, and we're advocating in a sense of, because we do mobilizations and we do protests in La Colmena, and we do advocacy in terms of going into government, but we always say and think that it's not only having a seat on the table, but actually building a new table and building a whole new thing, It's literally building a whole new thing. And so we believed very much in advocating, but also in keeping that legacy of taking back what is really ours and taking back the land, and thinking of ways of really keeping that land, So in Vieques, for example, the island was occupied for more than 60 years by the US military. And one of the ways that our community combated the military, because the military would come in with bulldozers to take the houses and take the things from people that started building up their houses in land that supposedly was the military's, And so some folks were beekeepers. And so they put the boxes in place of the things that the military was trying to take, as if it were their pertenencias, their things, And so all of a sudden all the bees start stinging, the military. And that's why we're actually La Colmena, the beehive, because we believe in really keeping that kind of advocacy in everything that we do, in really keeping that legacy that our people have always been so creative in finding ways of taking back what ours and of really having sovereignty. So again, we really think that, or for me, advocacy is really that, is to take back what's ours without unapologetically, and living there, not only in resistance, but really living and living well. So that's why we plant, because it's an advocacy to another level for me, like a very deep advocacy, because we're rooted in where we are and how we're doing it. So we need to be healthy and we need to be good when we're gonna throw some bees at somebody. So you have to run. So yeah, that's maybe what I think advocacy is.
Thanks. I love this ecological convergence of human beings and bees against the military and the military complex. It's great. And And I think that says a lot about the good work that you're doing for ecology, if the ecology stands on your side. But yeah, and in terms of the word sovereignty has come out a lot, also in the previous conversation. I personally, but as a lawyer, like I'm very skeptical about the notion of sovereignty. Is historically what has been used by the imperialistic project in order to create the fucked up world in which we are. But there is a notion which is that of self-determination, which I think may better reflect a lot of the struggles and a lot of the issues that are happening. And in terms of self-determination, I think that the sort of experience of Barbuda and John and Gulliver and the other members of their movement really speaks to that issue. What does it mean to reclaim? And so I really want to hear from you. But also in terms of self-determination and a little action of advocacy, of subversion, I placed a flag of Palestine on the table. Which I've been carrying with me to this side of the planet, and I will proudly carry with me to Barbuda, and will proudly carry it also to Belize, because I felt in the last months that a lot of the conversation we were having in the network really resonated with what the conversation that I was having with friends and comrades in Palestine, not only about the ongoing genocide, but about 76 years of occupation, annihilation, and ethnic cleansing, and really the notion of resistance and resisting by being, resisting by planting, resisting by taking the land, reclaiming the land, by occupying spaces where people don't want us or don't want the Palestinians to be, is a very material act of resistance that is linked with this idea of self-determination. There are people, is their territories, their identities, their culture, is their roots, and is also their right to decide for themselves. And so in that sense, I think that the experience of the Barbuda land rights is sort of ecocosm of all of that. So I don't know to whom. You're going to do one word each. How does it work?
Okay, thank you for that, Tommaso. My name is John Mussington. I am Barbudan. I am from Barbuda, the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. And I need to state those credentials out first to make it clear, because this whole question of self-determination is very important. And when you look at it from the aspect of advocacy, you understand why certain things have to happen. So first of all, yes, I consider myself to be an advocate, not only personally in terms of what I do, but also from the perspective of the organization of which I'm a part, and of the community as well, of which I'm a part. I'm representing here and now the Barbuda Land Rights and Resources Committee. Now that is a grassroots organization that came into being as a result of the effort to protect our land system. Barbuda represents, I think, the only island body in which the entire land space is owned in common by all the people, communal ownership. We have similarities to, for example, the Maroons of Jamaica in terms of what they did, escaping the plantation and form their own enclave in terms of how they exist and in terms of how they protect that in terms of the land system. We also look at the Saramacc people from Suriname. They also have done the same. The Kalinago of Dominica. But the thing that the thing that Barbuda has, which is different from all the others, it's an entire island that has decided, the people of African descent, that we are going to own and control this land and the resources represented by that land on a communal basis. Now, in order to protect that, personally, I've had to be an advocate, and as an organization, Barbuda Land Rights and Resources Committee, we have also had to be an advocate in terms of protecting that. How do I mean? What does that look like? I started out basically professionally. I'm an environmentalist professionally. I have a degree in resource management. And one of the things that you have to do, especially when you're working on teams conducting environmental impact assessments and so on, you have to understand who do you work for, who do you represent. You're called upon to do the technical studies to justify whether or not a development may proceed. What I know in terms of what I learned in training is that you have to represent nature. Because part of our case that came up in the Privy Council, where our administration was trying to lock us down by claiming we don't have standing, one of the things that came up in the judgment is that who is going to represent nature? When you have that hawk that's losing its habitat, the hawk cannot go to court and cannot speak, so who will represent that hawk? Nature. We reach a stage today that the right to a healthy environment is now recognized by the United Nations as a human right. And we're also hearing of the rights of nature itself. Advocacy is, in essence, is all about protecting those rights. So from a personal point of view, I see myself as an advocate in terms of taking the risk of bringing that legal challenge against even your administration when they're doing things that you consider to be effectively will hurt you and will hurt nature. The organization of which I'm a part, Barbados Land Rights and Resources Committee, we advocate in the sense that who will stand for protecting the rights of an entire community when after a disaster, your central government administration decides unilaterally that that system of land ownership should go out the door in preference for privatizations so that investors and corporations can then buy land to live a particular way. Who is going to protect that? So as an organization, we have to advocate and take those legal challenges in terms of keeping our administration in check. As individuals, at times we have to go forward and make those challenges as well in the courts in order to do that. And the advocacy also takes the form of speaking out. As a person who is trained as a technician in these fields, the ordinary person may not understand how to interpret the results of an environmental impact assessment. If I have that knowledge, then it is a responsibility that I have to advocate on behalf of the ordinary person who cannot. Because when you're called upon to have a consultation, for example, and those acting on behalf of the developers will come with their experts and speak the jargon, who among us is going to interpret that, bring it down to brass tacks to say exactly what it is? Now, there are consequences for that. Because we have a leader of our nation who has said publicly that any person who stands in the way or has a different viewpoint from the administration's policy, he said it, they will be considered to be economic terrorists. So I've been called an economic terrorist. And having been labeled economic terrorist, then that leader is going to say to you, I will use the resources of the state to bankrupt you. Okay? These statements were actually made. These statements were made against those of us who stood up and said, no, you should not do X, Y, Z. And that is what you face when you're an advocate. And it's not an idle threat. Because when you confront an administration in the courts who has the capacity in terms of representing developers who have millions of dollars backing them, who could hire the best lawyers, who can hire the best PR persons, who can influence the press, you can very well end up being bankrupted in terms of that battle. So advocacy has its risks, but at the end of the day, who will protect nature? It's up to us. We have to make that sacrifice. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Gulliver. In terms of advocacy, that's not how I will label myself. I'm probably usually in the bush of Barbuda in camouflage. But I've come here in camouflage today as a civilized person. I'm even wearing clothes. On each of your tables, you will find, hopefully you have some of this, which is a sand representative of our island. We have pink sand on our island, which is quite special. That pink sand is an example of exploitation by imperialist powers. This sand has been taken from our island for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades in the hundreds and hundreds of millions of tons and sold, along with our white sand as well, for construction for many of your islands and places where you live. The Barbudan people, which is a population of probably about 1,500 to 2,000 at this moment, have benefited nothing from this exploitation of our natural resources. This is our flag. Hopefully you will have seen it by now. Because I am a person, maybe not an advocate, maybe not a speaker, but I am a person of action. Sometimes I come out the bush. And I have digitized our flag, and I hope you like our flag. The flag has the frigate bird on it, which is locally known as the man of war. The man of war is a particular type of bird that can stay in the air for a very long time. And it can connect between its nesting places on one part of the earth to another nesting place or place of rest on another part of the earth across oceans. The stories and what seems to have come up much today has been solidarity. I agree with Tommaso that sovereignty is a problematic word understood in English language. Be careful of saying sovereignty. It plays into a system which has been designed not by us. It has been taken over by a system which is about divide and rule, divide and conquer. Each of us have our individual stories here. Each of us are fighting for our advocacy for the 365 rivers, for the 365 beaches, for Barbuda's common land tenure system. We are fighting for, as Tommaso said, self-determination. Each of us as a people in our territories. However, what the imperialistic powers know is that unless we are connected, the divide and rule will win. And so when we come together like this, it is very, very important that we keep up and move up the action. Talking is one thing. Doing is another. Many of us are underplaying the importance of what we do. John here lives not far away from where there is electricity. Because of his advocacy, him and his family have not been connected to electricity. Fact. This is somebody who has been through it. I live, but it is my thing, off of the system, out of the grid. Because if I come into too many people who are idiots, there's going to be problems. Right? So I stay away in the bush, and I admire all of you for your advocacy within the system. However, every so often, besides the flag, like make self-determination, occasionally, because apparently Bush people are stupid, according to our government, they are troublemakers, yeah? They are outsiders on the system. You can call us Rasta, you can call us this, you can call us that, I don't know what you want to call us, but we're out there. We're living good with nature and God. Right? And when I step out, sometimes I've stepped out and visited many of your islands and produced work in your islands which I felt was close to my heart. One of those, for example, you will see there is a yellow book. That yellow book I produced in the bush from a broken Mac laptop. You understand? Nobody trained me. I don't know anything about that. I've never done any photographic school, this, that, and all the rest of it. It's simple. Pick up the camera, press the button, man. Huh? Keep pressing it. One of the pictures going to come good. Action. So my thing is this. This meeting is eye-opening, and I'm very, very privileged, probably being the least qualified person in this room to be here. But I think that we need to make sure that the connectivity, which has been brought together by Stronger Caribbean, Together United, for disaster capitalism, etc., and all of us in here in these subgroups, need to step up from WhatsApp to another platform, yep, and take this forward on the internet, but may I suggest as well, on something called the intranet. The intranet is what I knew before the internet, right? The intranet is a group like the internet, but it's closed within us. You understand? Right? Because we don't need to be battling with the internet, which is now controlled by others. So within our spaces, we can think clearly and take less information in from the negative, what do they call it, algorithms, things, crap they're trying to show you through your phones, right? And concentrate on what is important for us in our communities. Then perhaps in terms of being an action person, if I decide to step out the bush again, we can put together something from each of the groups. Maybe, for example, a number of pages. Your flag, your logo, what your action is about, what your advocacy is about, and perhaps we could put that into a series of pages, and we could turn that into something which is called traditional media. It's an old thing, it's called books. Right? But I still believe in books, because I'm old school, you know, right? They had these things called books. You turn the pages, it's tangible, you can feel it, right? And you can see the pictures. Even the cleverest of us, right? Sometimes forget about books because we're getting carried away with this phones and so on. Yeah? And then we come across one, we turn the pages, right, Pat? Right? It happens. But the thing is, books and traditional media have an authenticity, right, that you do not get from the internet. They solidify and they make you think about the words that you are putting down rather than stupid comment, right? The pictures say 1,000 words. Each of you in all of your advocacy groups, whether it is flowers, plants, city labs, you know, etc., everything that we're fighting for here, we can definitely come up with 5 or 10 pictures which will help to explain our story. So perhaps we could go now, I'm just making a suggestion, from WhatsApp to a closed web, to an intranet, to the building of a traditional media, and then use that as a basis to advocate and make the connectivity, because we keep talking about solidarity, but essentially, I prefer the word unity. We each have our own causes. But what the imperialistic powers know is that they need to keep them separated and us as a people separated. If we can unify between what is now known as South America, going up to Miami, this is 30 million people and this is a formidable force. No one can realize or understand or should know this more than the people of this island, Jamaica. And in the history of Jamaica, after Haiti, right? After the decision was made that, you know, everything was going to be done against Haiti, right? Everything, to this day, and to this date, and what a shame it is for us, Caribbean nations, to have our people going in there with Kenya and so on and all the rest of it, etc. It's disgusting, right? Just as disgusting as the genocide. This is absolutely disgusting. So maybe for us to have that voice, we can unify in ourselves and up this WhatsApp to the next, to the what, to the intranet, to the traditional, and connect ourselves, not using the systems which are already designed against you. You take your phone, you put on your thing. I've lived without a phone for a very long time, so it's a new thing for me. So I work out these things. I say, well, I mean, boy, I was just used to, like, you know, it was like 10 buttons. Now it have a video. Okay, all right. So there we are. But the thing is, as you travel now, it's showing you algorithms for different places. I opened up the phone here, it started going on with Jamaica, and what it showed of Jamaica was not really representative of the Jamaicans that I know or the Jamaica I know and have visited and love. You start showing me stupidness on my phone. You understand? Coming through the phone. We don't need that. What we need is the real stuff between us as a people. Sorry, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Gulliver. Luckily, tomorrow we have a whole day for the members of the network to also think about the next steps and what we're going to do forward. But I also want to give a shout out to Samia, if Samia is still around. Because we do have a website that could easily be the starting point for a book or whatever we want, because the power of the website is actually telling stories. And so telling stories of what you're doing, how you're organizing, what are the enemies that you're fighting against, and so on and so forth. And so
I'm so not connected, I didn't realize
that's fine.
That's fine.
It's good that we definitely have to make sure that books also make it to the bush in Barbuda, that we cannot take the people from the bush out. But I learned today that never take things for granted, and definitely the reach out of our work is one of these. But I think we have around like 20 minutes, and I see that people may start getting tired. So the second final question was about solidarity or unity or getting together. Who do we get together with? And that maybe is a question that we can ask to everyone. So I think it's a question that can also bring to reflections like the one that Gulliver just raised, like other ways of getting together, other ways of creating that unity. But Otherwise, I would do the same. I would start from the table, and I would ask people whether solidarity is a word that you use, and how you use it, and what does it mean for you, or how do you try to create and build solidarity or unity, and with whom? Like, is it the people around you? Do you try to move beyond the geographical space in which you are operating, and maybe what are the obstacles that you're facing when you're trying to build solidarity, when you're trying to build unity? And as again, like anyone is more than welcome to join and participate. Anyone who wants to go first and reflect on that, Errol.
Okay, solidarity or unity. Solidarity, for the most part, is used in more of a political form. Everywhere you go and they speak of solidarity, is either solidarity with one party or the other, or solidarity with one government or the other government. And even the imperialists are using the word solidarity, but they very rarely use unity. I think that as a people working together, we have to be united in one voice. So therefore, I think unity is the best, or the better word for us to use to give us that feeling of togetherness. If you listen to the reggae songs that speak of us coming together, in the songs you hear unity. The Rastaman say einity. It means all of us becoming one. Right? So unity rings more in the ear of togetherness. Unity gives us that feeling we are united as one people. We are united as a force. We speak with one voice. Right? So I would more support unity than solidarity, because the connotations with solidarity is more political in the ears of the imperialists. We want the imperialists to be afraid of the people coming together. And when you hear them say, boy, we can't make them unite, you know. If we make them unite, we're in problem. That's the word they use. So we are going to use back that word on them. Right? So we say, watch here. We are in unity. We are united. And we are coming towards you as one. Unity is a word.
So we already have 2 votes for unity, although it's not about who votes for what. It's also about like how do you build the unity and how do you build einity and what's einity in the work that you're doing and einity with whom? Like I think I appreciate calls for internationalism and being united with anyone who is fighting against disaster capitalism, and we also have a subtitles that says Strong Caribbean Together united against disaster capitalism. But how do we build that unity? So what do we do? Like, and I think that Gulliver gave us a very concrete and material, maybe very concrete action, analogic action. But what are other ways in which we can build that unity? And what does it mean to be speaking with one voice? Like, and how do you build that? And how do you do it in your experiences?
Well, I would say that I agree with the idea of unity, and I would also go further to say that the unity has already started. We being together here is a sign that we are moving towards that unity. You know, at home, when we are doing the advocacy work, we tend to feel, you know, like a lot of times you want to give up because the support you need on the ground is not there. It might be there, but it's not clear for everyone to see, because people have that fear they'll be victimized if they are seen with certain people. It's just a strange thing. So I think having a platform or a grouping like this group where we all come together is great, because if we have a matter fighting in with at home, for instance, and we can get the support from people here, like as a group, it's going to give us much more strength because, as I said, we cannot get that much at home. And another thing is that even the lawyers, it's so strange. You know, you try to get people to represent you in a case. We started the process for the international airport, you know, getting all the groundwork. There was a lawyer in Antigua, Dominican, Justice Simon, who wanted to work with us, but he couldn't even get somebody on the ground to work with him, and then he fell sick. So if we have this united force, and from that force we can also get people, like maybe you all might have, there might be lawyers in the midst who would be willing to work with us on the ground, that will make us much stronger. So I'm all for unity, and you know, I already start to feel the energy in the room. And I think that once we just move forward from now, there are a number of things that have to be concretized, put in place. But once we just move forward from here with our focus to fight this monster that is just coming down on every island, it appears, every country, then we will definitely get somewhere.
You are not alone.
That's why it's good to be here. That's why it's good to be here.
I can only say that I just sent a text to the person that made all of this possible, giving us the funding, and I thanked him because of what has just been happening. What you just mentioned about being here is already a sign of unity, it's a sign of something that is moving forward. I think it's maybe what we wanted to realize and what we wanted to happen. What's going on? So he wants to intervene, yes, but you want to intervene. You have a question? Sure. And because we want to hear new voices, you can also introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabrielle. I'm here representing the JCCYC, that's the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council. So I've loved everything that I've heard from the panelists so far. Advocacy is gritty work, it's long-term work, it's work that often happens behind the scenes. But as a young person, I've realized working in both governance spaces as well as climate change spaces, that young people are in a particularly tricky spot, right? A lot of young people may fear, you used the word a while ago, Mr. Edwards, victimization and so on. I mean, sometimes I don't mind, you know, because I say what I say and I understand why I'm standing for what I do, but a lot of people may face or think about career-wise ramifications and so on. A lot of times when we step out and we continue the work, you know, you get the taps from the powers that be and the higher-ups above. So I'd like to hear from any of the panelists that would like to tackle it. How can we as youth effectively advocate? How can we mobilize resilience building, as well as how can we just continue to do the work and know that our work matters even when we're not feeling the support? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yes, but before that, I was told that there are 2 members of our network who just arrived from the airport. Just if you want to introduce yourself, and thanks a lot for making it.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. I definitely feel this is a significant privilege to be among you. I think that in this room, I've not met everyone, but from just what I've heard from the panelists, their personal backgrounds and the work that is being done, this is a force to be reckoned with. And I'm not sure to what extent this sort of unity, I agree as well that the word should be unity, this sort of unity among people who are attempting to stand up regionally against the status quo. I'm not sure whether this sort of assembly has occurred in the past. I'm not sure. I can be guided. I would like to be guided. That I am wrong to know that there is a premise upon which there is a pre-existing premise upon which we can stand, but I believe it would be the first. I do have I do have a lot to share about my own background, my own struggle, and my own journey in attempting to get a standing to be heard before the national community as an indigenous persons as to what are our existing rights. The pre-Columbian society that existed in the Caribbean, what are our existing rights under the banner of parliament, under the banner of democracy, and whether there is any residual rights that that exist for indigenous peoples in my native, the Commonwealth of Dominica, and within the Caribbean space. Thank you very much. My name is Joel Paris. I'm sorry. So I've been very active in my community, in my community, the Kalinago territory. I was born and raised in the Kalinago territory. I have been active in my community, which I inherited from my mom. My mom was a community nurse. There were no hospitals, there were no roads, no electricity, and my mom would walk miles to. She was a midwife, so she would have delivered a lot of the babies in the community, but she was a community anchor. So whenever there were small disputes, people would come to her and seek her guidance because she was a trained nurse, and my house was like a hospital. So I knew that I inherited the idea from my mom that you needed to be more than yourself, and so I'm a trained attorney at law. I went to Hewooden Law School. Anybody from Hewooden Law School here? I went to Hewooden Law School. And I also did political science and history at Cave Hill before I did law. So I have a sort of, I've never been a systematic person. I've never worked with the government. Currently, I am starting to build a clientele within my community in terms of every injustice that is experienced on an individual level by members of the community. I live in Florida, but I have a law firm that is registered under the OECS Supreme Court website, and my daily mission is to put the injustice that individuals within my community are experiencing, whether from the Kalinago Chief and Council, which is an institution of the status quo as well, or the Ministry of Kalinago Upliftment, an institution of the status quo as well, or whatever government body who is exercising power within the Kalinago territory, but not paying sufficient regards to the rights of people and humanity. So my work is really to put their struggle and their experience in writing and put their case before whatever authority is using power against their individual rights.
Thanks a lot. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcus Goff. I am a lawyer also. So nice to meet you, sir, but from Norman Manley Law School here in Jamaica, and through the University of the West Indies as well, too. I've been here long, really sorry to be late, but I see it's a 3-day, hopefully I can do some catching up. But I'm really pleased to be here. I represent the Yamaye Council of Indigenous Leaders here in Jamaica, and that comprises our Taino community here, as well as the Windward Maroon communities of Moortown, Charlestown, and Scotts Hall. And so we are very much an active organization representing our communities in issues concerning land rights and indigenous rights, and rights to self-determination, of course, and also indigenous sovereignty. But we can talk about the sovereignty versus self-determination at another time. right? But all of those rights that we know we've had from ever since, which we're slowly now seeing the governments recognize, although not quickly enough and not comprehensively enough, you know. So it's really good to hear about your stories. I've certainly read about the Antigua and Barbuda case a lot, so really pleased to hear from you both, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Mussington. And also I'm aware of the work in Belize and Guyana and Suriname and Dominica and Haiti, as well, Trinidad and Tobago. So we're very much a part of the regional indigenous rights movement, you know. I also have a PhD in indigenous rights, and so I'm very willing as a lawyer to assist, you know, all persons and communities that we can help, because we know that the struggle has to be both in terms of advocacy and litigation, right? And I fully believe in utilizing the courts. I think we have now a state of international and regional law that supports indigenous rights across the Caribbean. And so we no longer have to be begging for politicians to see it our way and asking for favors and so forth. I think we have a sound legal basis now with the Inter-American Commission as well and court, that we can have our rights put in the court system to be properly declared and enforced, right? And so I'm very pleased, as I said, as a lawyer, to be able to serve my communities in that way. I also want to say I'm also a very active member of the Rastafari community as well. And so the Rastafari community here is also very much a part of and wanting to support the regional and global indigenous rights movement, right? And so I just want to let you know that you have our support here, right, as Rastafari, as Maroons, as Tainos, and we look forward to working to build a stronger indigenous rights regional movement. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So there was a quick comment intervention here, and then we can go back to the table for the kind of final remarks. There was also a question there. Yeah, so we can take a quick question here, because there is another quick question there, and then I think we go back to the table. And you have a question too? So a quick question there, a quick question, a comment, and another there, and Pat also. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then till what time can we stay, Pat, without breaching any labor law and any right of the people in the room, because they have the priority, definitely. Yeah. As long as the workers win, you can negotiate as what you want. Perfect. No, we have 20. I think we have 19 minutes to the hard cut, because then the part on the solidarity unity statement, we can do it without media. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So if in 19 minutes they go, we have 19 minutes. So for everyone, we have 19 minutes. In total, and there are 4 interventions, and then I want to give the floor to the panel. So please keep it short.
Rapidement, je vais faire tourner sur action, question Thomas a posée sur action concrète.
The question that Tommaso brought up about what concrete actions can be
Moi, je pense pour nous arriver.
Ce micro? Which mic?
I think you can speak without the mic and you speak in this.
No.
Because we don't need this.
Bon, pas l'effort. C'est sous question action concrète. Tommaso.
Tommaso was asking what concrete actions can be taken to effect this unity that we have spoken of.
L'important pour nous fouiller, même si nous pas joindre toute réponse là, parce que espace expérimentation est important.
So we have to start thinking about right here about what concrete actions to take, because even if you don't come up with all the solutions, but it's important to experiment.
M'a regarder 3 domaines rapidement. Politique, économique, culturelle, pour regarder qu'est-ce qui se passe expérimentation.
Okay, so we will look at politics, economics, and cultural aspects of this question quickly.
Politique, mouvement et parti politique qui existent dans les Caraïbes là, capable d'un espace expérimentation, parce que orientation société, orientation pays dans les Caraïbes là, décision qu'a prise passer par le domaine ça, pour qui ça parti politique et mouvement politique yo pas capable de dégager ou créer un espace expérimentation.
So why can't the political parties and the political movements in the region start to experiment with this unity, because it's through the political realm that, you know, all these decisions are taken that affect our communities.
Dans le domaine culturel,
And in
Caraïbes, là, sous pays dans Caraïbes, production artistique et littéraire, capable, on sait espace pour nous expérimenter quelques bagages.
So we can try to bring unity between in our cultural sectors, because the musicians and the ones that the writers and all of the cultural actors, you know, they also are looking for solutions, and we should try to. That's another realm where we could try to create some kind of unity in the regional unity.
Finalement, domaine économique, organisation paysanne et organisation ouvrière qui gagnent dans différents pays et dans la région, et tu es capable d'expérimenter aussi bagages ensemble tout dans le domaine ça. Vraiment, nous pas fouiller, mais c'est quelque chose.
So in the economic sector, like the workers and the farmers, you know, there's a lot of different organizations in each country, and they could also come together regionally to experiment and see what kind of unity can be created in the economic sector that way.
Thanks a lot. Definitely a lot to consider what is our relationship or the network relationship with political parties, and do we engage in party politics or not. But I think the point on the convergence between peasants' movements and workers' movements, I think that here maybe we're not really representing unions and workers' movement. I'm sure that workers and workers' movement around the Caribbean are also fighting against disaster capitalism. I'm thinking about Belize and the way in which workers have been opposing the expansion of the port that has been really imposed on the community of Belize City. So there is a lot that we can think about in the future. Who is not in the room, and how can we create that convergence and that unity, also with organizations that have been fighting constantly and consistently throughout centuries. And I'm reading currently a book on the connection between black radicalism and the Communist Party in the Caribbean between wars. There's so much that has been happening, and I really hope that some of that can be back also in terms of convergence of struggles. If you also can say your name, because I don't think that you already introduced yourself, and then pose your question or your comment, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I should say brothers and sisters. Yeah, my name is Byron Thompson, and I am a member of the Bernard Lodge Farmers Group. And what happened is that when we tried to look at the words that were unity and sovereignty, when I sit here and I listen to all the presenters and all the speakers, it is clear that we all are experiencing the same problems. So we are unified in this respect. So it is so important for us, because if we should depend on our government or the politicians, then we wouldn't be here today, because we are here because of the problems that the politicians create. And so we are experiencing the same problems. In Jamaica here, the beaches they are taken away from us. We don't have access to them. And I hear in other regions where they are experiencing the same problems. So it's quite clear that we need this unity going forward. So unity is what it is. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It looked like a plebiscite in favor of unity, so I will make sure that solidarity doesn't appear in any document that is coming out from this meeting.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah. I remember.
The question from the young lady there.
Yes, so that then the party is also intervening, and then the microphone is going to be thrown in the air. And we're going to have like 10 minutes of mingling with the...
Yeah, it was in response to that question, actually. So it was really about organizing and how to operationalize unity in a way that we can come to positions as groups or coordinate efforts in structured ways. And organizing is really about understanding what you can expect from everybody else. And it's sort of foundational to mobilizing, foundational to advocacy, foundational to all these things, because you know what to expect from the person beside you, the person that you're constantly in communication with. I think this group does a good job of meeting regularly to talk and understand what's going on, which is just foundational, just checking in and keeping in touch. And that's the hard work. The hard work of social interaction is sort of foundational to unity. And a lot of people don't like to interact with other people, but it's like sort of the main fundamental work of organizing. So yeah, I just wanted to, if we're talking about solidarity, I prefer organizing because it feels more actionable. It feels like a way to operationalize unity and togetherness.
Well, mine is really just a shout out to those who managed to join us on Zoom. So shout out to Al, pronouns they, them, Ashley and Melina from the Climate Litigation Accelerator at NYU. So they've been online listening, engaging in their own way because they weren't able to be here. So enough respect and solidarity or unity.
Thank you. Hugh Johnson, Bernard Lodge Farmers Group. Shortly, I just want to say that I'm particularly pleased with the level of support and camaraderie that I see here, because I started on this journey some 8 years ago in pushing back against the government, planning to put houses on the most arable and the best irrigated land in the region. Out of that effort, the then government retracted and shelved the plan. Government changed, and the new government started it. And I must tell you that I felt then like a lone ranger in the wilderness fighting this giant. So, as you would know, Tommaso, early in those days we reached out and we started this lobbying, and thanks to Pat for her dedication to this cause for justice to the underprivileged. And I'm particularly pleased to see the number of us that have come together to really move this process forward. And I would hope that all of us would see ourselves as a chain, as a link in this chain. And if each of us pledge that this chain will never break where I stand, you can imagine how strong a chain we'll have. So I can only implore us all to keep the fight going, keep together, and keep pushing, because it's a colonial construct that has been perpetuating itself for centuries. So their tentacles are very deep and wide, and this fight is not an easy one. But unless we do it, our children and grandchildren will suffer for it. So may I thank you and hope that we'll keep the fight going. Thank you all.
Thanks. You definitely, that's the aspiration and the desire. That today is just the first step of a longer ride than the one that we've been having till today. But probably starting from the day after we all leave this workshop is where the hard part will begin, because we have to somehow also reinvent ourselves and find new opportunities, new resources, and maintain a group that is growing and with the same intensity and same energy that we had for the last months. Christine. So who would like to respond, intervene of the people from the table? So Errol already did, so I'm sorry, Errol. So 1, 2, Christine. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe everyone.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. I'll be really quick. And I really appreciate your question. And as a young person that, that's educated in this field, I think, but I've also grown up seeing injustice and seeing this work being so close to my heart, like seeing gender-based violence in my own family. I always have to ask myself why I'm doing this. And it's constantly learning and unlearning. because this work is really difficult, and it's intended to be difficult, is intended to be tugging at your heartstrings all the time. And I think when we're in this space, when we're educated young people, when we look a certain way, it's easy for politicians or political groups to like take us or want to influence us. And as young people, we need those spaces, especially if we don't come from a space where we had generational wealth. But I think it goes back to why we're passionate and why we're doing what we're doing. And for me, I work with young women, and I'm taking myself out of the youth space because I want to make space for them. So whenever I'm in a space, I want to be able to say, okay, how can I make this space bigger? How can I make it more inclusive? Who is missing from this space? So when I'm in a space, the next time they're having a meeting, I'm not the person. I want this movement to continue on for as long as it possibly can, because what we have right now, we're risking everything. Everything that we love is at risk. And so we have to be radical. And when you're speaking out against the norm, against the mold and the model, it definitely comes at a price. And I can definitely tell you a personal price I paid. I usually have to hide, not really tell people where I live, be really mindful of the people I interact with, because at the end of the day, I know what's at stake, and I want to create a space for young people to see there is an alternative. You don't need to be in those spaces. There are other means to speak your mind. And one of the things I tell the girls I work with is to question everything. Why is it happening? Who is involved? Even question me. And I think that has worked significantly for me.
So, as she said, what we notice is that with our groups in Dominic is that the young people, they tend to shy away. And we also find that the older ones are even shy. You know, people you expect to join in a simple demonstration or like activism, they keep away. But we know that young people and children are the best people they are the future, and they're the best people to come to buy into an idea, or the people you can convince the most. So what we have been doing with our organization is targeting young people. So we don't, when it comes to the more controversial issues, we keep that to our group. But like, for instance, we have been recognizing rivers, World Rivers Day, and International Day of Rivers. So we teamed up with 4 age groups in the schools, because each school has a 4 age group. We spoke to the youth development officer responsible, and we had some little demonstration, and the young people, they who made it, because they came and they were shouting, they made up their own songs, Save Our Rivers and so on, and that got a lot of promotion. So what we realized is that we cannot implicate these young people too much, because you cannot expose them, because they would like to grow up, get scholarships, their parents have jobs. So we are just going to be targeted in our approach. And Rivers Day, World Rivers Day is coming up in September. We have started planning already. And what we'll do for these kids is, things in the schools, maybe competitions like essay competitions and that sort of things. Now, for the older young people, like you all, they have been very quiet, but recently with this, project to construct a marina in the wetlands of our national park. It's actually a group of young people who came to us and told us they want to write a letter to the Prime Minister about that. So initially, we were thinking that we would have people sign and say they're responsible for different organizations. But then when I thought of it, I told them, the best thing is not put anybody's signature there. We'll just write an open letter to the Prime Minister. And at the bottom, at the end of the letter, we have from concerned citizens of Dominica. So that letter is going to be launched on media tomorrow. But nobody's name will be there. We really have to protect them. And so I'll continue working with them behind the scenes. It's highly educated young people, but you really cannot expose them too much. And that's the approach we're going to have. We also have a petition out for that same project. So, you are doing the work, and they see you, they're scared to come forward, but they, will do it if they do it in a more I would say, not obvious way, in the, behind the scenes way. Yeah, and young people are really, they are all excited about it, about getting involved in the kind of work we are doing, but, we understand the situation, so we just try our best to protect them.
I just want to elaborate a little bit on young people. Young people love to work behind the scene. That's their favorite thing. One of the program we did with the young people, ages 14 to 24, is that we develop videos. Amplify your voice through digital platform is how we call it. We assisted at least 12 young people, trained them how to use iPad cameras, and they went to interview elders, women, young people on simple question. What does land mean to you? Just simple question. And people have different views. Being a Maya, what does well-being mean to you? Are simple things that generates a lot of comments, a lot of things. It is a part of advocacy. And then some focus on food sovereignty. Because right now we have a lot of canned food coming into the villages, which is not a norm. We grow our own food. We grow from the soil and put it on the table. So now it's changing. So all of these small digital, it's like a 3 to 4 minutes videos that has been captured, developed by young people. Last year we partnered with University of Liverpool and Young Lives Research Lab. Well, four or five of our videos that made it to COP 28, I think. Yeah, last year. So all of our videos were played there, and which is a great thing for young people. It motivated them, gives them sentiment. Yeah, thank you. So that is what we are doing. Now we're working with young people, developing another documentaries almost every month. We post it on our social media, and sometimes we tag their names, and it being shared, even though the anti-land rights people are liking the videos, because it's not focusing on lands, but it's a part of advocacy thing. So that is what we do with young people. Again, like I mentioned, they are not at the forefront, but we are behind the scene doing the work. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I'll try to give a very short answer to your question. And I'll start by referring you, I don't know if you know that poet Khalid Gibran, and he has a saying that the future is not ours. We basically shoot you as children into the future. At the end of the day, you as younger youth will inherit this earth. Our job at this stage is to prepare the way, because the future is yours. All right? Now, as us older youth, okay, we tend to lack energy at times, but that's not a bad thing. You younger youth have energy. You have that drive. Us older youth, we generally do not have the energy, but we replace that energy with commitment. Commitment is something that comes with knowledge, it comes with experience, it comes as you go along, as you realize the importance of that future. So, the energy that you have now, especially in terms of manipulating the social media, in terms of liaising with these groups and organizations that are here, as younger youths, get involved. Volunteer service in terms of lending that energy, in terms of, for example, a good example, we manipulating the social media, the Instagram, the TikTok, and those sorts of things to get those messages out, because that is what's going to inspire the younger youths. You know, the attention span, even for us, is not there. It's very short. And the skills that the younger youths have in terms of that social media, manipulating that, volunteer that in the service of the movements that we have around the place. Because at the end of the day, you will inherit that future. So the earlier you start to have that synergy with the older youths, we all in this together. Younger youths and us older youths.
Well done. I'll keep it real short. Young lady, listen, only dead fish go with the flow. Right? Don't be a victim. Right? Learned helplessness is their intention. They are trying to make you think that you can't do anything about the future and that it's already set. Yeah? That is, to put it politely, okay, I'm looking for the word politely, right? A misconception, right? And they have made a mistake in underestimating the fortitude of the youth. And the fact is, you are not born alone in this. Call on your ancestry. Call on those who have gone before. Our lawyer friend here, the gentleman here, yes, you were talking about if things had happened in the past. Yes, movements have happened in the past, right? We've had the Pan-African movement, you know, a long time ago, right? Which is, you know, it's been squashed, but it's not dead, right? These are the things that have revived. We've had civil rights times in the 60s and all the rest of it, etc. This has never died. This is a fire that goes down and up and down and up. And it's up to you as the youngsters now to pick it up and speak the language of the youngsters. Because as much as I'm talking about books and old school things, scripts and, you know, back to, you know, 4,000 years ago, scribing it into the walls and all this, which is basically where I'm from. I live in the caves, literally in Barbuda, right? Your tickety-tocketing, or whatever it is, that's your way forward, and it can be anonymous, right? So in your precarious position of wanting to stay alive and eat and have a job or be connected in institutions, at the same time, you have a level of anonymity which was not afforded to many of us, because we stood in the firing line. And I mean that literally. I live in the bush with dogs around me and 20 acres because I've been shot at too many times. And I'm not talking metaphorically. You understand? Okay.
And this is the guy where I'm going to be staying in Barbuda, so never too late to learn. Okay, so I'll bring my own dogs. I should pass by the shop over there, like, and make sure to carry the proper tools to the island. So you had an intervention that you wanted to make? Yes.
Hi, Adrian Henriquez here, Caribbean Youth Environment Network. Let me just introduce myself. So, hi. Yeah, so hi, Adrian Henriquez here, Caribbean Youth Environment Network, along with my fellow young person. I just want to make note that it is important that, yes, like Elodia said, that there are many ways in which young people can advocate, not just through protests, but through the telephone, through letter writing, through participatory planning, but more than just advocating behind the scenes. What really matters is action at the front, because why you're here, why I'm here, why all of us are here is because all of us have been here at the front line, and it's with commitment and with dedication, and most importantly with time. Time is time that gives experience, time that gives knowledge, time that gives us the ability to come together, and most importantly to unite.
Thanks a lot. Definitely unity is also intergenerational, and I think that if we start separating older, younger, whatever and ever, that unity is already immediately destroyed. So I think that we're all together in that, with different roles, each one according to our capabilities and each one according to their needs. Final word before I wrap up, because we're already late.
I saw you touching the seats, so I'm just gonna announce the things that we brought from Vieques. Some people have already taken some things, but I believe that unity has to be planted. So there's some seeds from our farm, some salves and honey, for everybody to share in unity.
Fantastic. So the final word is not going to be mine, but it's going to be by the person who made it all possible, who is Pat. I just wanted to thank all the panelists, all the people who participated online and in person. It's been amazing. Like I could have not hoped for a better engagement, a better conversation. I would love to continue forever and ever, but we have to let the people go home. So Pat, the floor is yours, and thanks again.
Thank you, Tommaso. That was brilliant moderating. Certainly have to take a page out of your book. Just wanted to wrap up by giving thanks broadly. So Open Society Foundations, which was the money behind our wings. And of course, the Quarterly Hotel, certainly Celia Steele, the sales manager who helped us book last minute in the context of then finding out that there's a hurricane coming, and wow, many moving parts this project. Our moderators today and all the panelists, especially those who weren't able to make it but came online through Zoom, Pierre, Margot, Al, Melina, Ashley, and certainly the incredible work of the interpreters. Marta Desume and Marie Jose, I'm going to mangle your last name. And Gotayo. See, I still mangled it. But I mean, it's not easy doing what they're doing. The brain power that it takes to do simultaneous translation in languages and in concepts that you're not trained in necessarily. So it's a phenomenal work, and these are probably two of the most dedicated Haitian Creole interpreters that I know. And I was very happy when they said yes to join this group and to be our interpreters. And to the young and budding photographer, Claudine Campbell, thank you. Our technical team led by AV Concepts, Mdado. Okay, I mangled someone's name ago. Right, Richard Ishmael, our RAs, David, Christina, our delightful, most beautiful web manager, Samia. Please go to the website. I mean, she's put a lot of work in it to get it up to speed in terms of the interactivity, the visuals, and it's still something that we're working on, but she has really transformed the face of our group to make it more dynamic. Celise is who took most of you here. I mean, our driver, Romeo. Right. And Stacy couldn't stay anymore, but she helped in terms of some of the organization. Dirty Hand Designs, you haven't seen your t-shirts yet, but they were supposed to bring them. So I guess we're going to get them tomorrow. And then, right, so for I think I've covered everyone. Sorry, right. Right. I mean, the person who has been integral to all our legal advocacy and the group that has been, like I said, the foundation stone really, from the beginning to now, has been Glenn. And it's not technical, it's passion and it's expertise and it's critical advocacy which makes a difference. I mean, they've been winning cases left, right, and center. So to have Glenn in the company of us working together, I think is really a game changer. And with Joel and with Marcus, joining and having a deeper, my friend Ramona, she's a gender rights activist, But we're actually making waves now. People want to join the group, right? So they've been emailing us, trying to get information. The thing is that controlled growth, right? We don't want to just explode. We need to have a process. So for everyone here who spent all this time with us today, thank you so much for your enthusiasm. Annie, you didn't want to talk, but you were brilliant. And Margot, wherever you are, we love your spirit, we love your energy. You're there encouraging us on the Zoom. Just powerful personality. So thank you, everyone. And tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. in the same room for our breakout sessions and the development of our manifesto.